but I guess they have other ideas, Trinidad and Tobago.
So Philip will continue from this, the media center end. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's a backward point on the boundary, extra cover, and a mid-off deep. Those are the fielders on the offside. There are 4 fielders on the onside. And it's taken on the pad. A loud appeal. And Umpire Williams is on move. Umpire Williams seems to be a bit hesitant. You don't want to give any LBW decision. We saw in the first innings of the when the Red Force batted, close call with Mohammed. And this one struck on the pad, might have just been going down.
Going down. That's not a bad decision by the umpire. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's a very good decision by umpire Jacqueline Williams.
So Red Force would have been hoping that umpire Williams would have raised a jetted finger. That wasn't the case. So Kari Mago will want to focus and continue to bat on what has been a very good batting strip here at the Warner Park. So this is the third round encounter. Leewards came into this encounter on top of the table by just, I think, 0.2 of a point. And so they will want to continue to be on top, but they have to at least get up to the first innings. First inning total of the Red Force, they have to get up to 530. And that will give them first innings points plus the batting points that they have already picked up. So they would, if they get up to the 529, they'll pick up 3 batting points. And first innings, if the match is drawn, played into the offside, and based on what you have seen, it is heading to be a drawn match. So the Leewards will be looking in the first instance smitten to get up to the first innings.
Oh yes, and as you rightly said, they came in this match by just a margin of 0.2 points over Trinidad and Tobago, who was in third position, and the other team that would have won both of their matches, that would have been, I think it was Guyana.
I think they're 0.2 in front of Guyana. Guyana is in second, I think.
Guyana was in second.
Trinidad in third.
Trinidad and Tobago in third. But it was by virtue of these bonus points. Each team not having not lost any matches at that point, at the end of the second round. But the bonus points making a difference. So Leewards, no doubt, will be looking to stay in front and at least, get first innings lead here, and perhaps another bonus point at least.
So Philip will continue from the media center end. He's in his 13th over, and there is the batsman Karimago driving, went in the air but dropping in front of the field at extra cover. So you'd have to be careful. You want to get over it. Play it on the ground. Thought he was stretching for that one. He was stretching, so he didn't get over it. Went in the air but dropping in front of the fielder at extra cover. So the total remains on 324 for 3 wickets. Philip has put in an effort. Yesterday he ran in from the far end, and he's doing similar duties here from the media center end. Short delivery, going down the onside, not bothering the batsman. So the over is completed over 116, and the Leewards at the end of it over 324 for 2 wickets. They are still some 205 runs away from the Red Force first innings total of 529 for 5 declared.
And just a quick look at the position of the other team, the other top team, Guyana Harpy Eagles. They seem to have lost quite a bit of time there yesterday. And just like this match, we've only had 1 innings completed. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were all out for 253 from 63.1 overs. And in reply, the West Indies Academy 123 for 4. So unless something dramatic happens there also, that one might be headed for a draw also, Gary. So important for Leewards to come out on top in this game.
Yes, they have the entire day to make 205 runs, 206. But I'm sure the Red Force will want to keep some pressure on the Leewards. They have not been scoring quickly, so they will keep that in the back of their head. That's the Red Force team. Onto the back foot, playing a square of the wicket. Goes down towards Joshua James, who has some running to do. Across to his left from deep cover. Down towards backward point. So they had enough time to come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 326 for 3 wickets. And with those 2 runs, the youngster Joel has gone into the 30s. He's on 33. Well, he was on 31 with those 2. He went to 33. So I'm sure he's want to stay focused. Try and get a huge total here at Warner Park. Brian Charles is at slip. Anderson Phillip is at backward point. Andrew is driving, short of catch it. Well, the ball jumping well in front of Carripier, moving away to his right, stopping it and preventing any possibility of a run. So just the one cruise ship in the harbour as Carripier comes up and then playing it down towards the cover area, down to field that cover. Went in the air, the batsman was backing away. That's Joel Andrew. Got it down to cover, dropping well short of the fielder at cover. It's in the air, straight over the bowler head. It would go over the fence and into the side screen for 6 runs. There was Joel Andrews came down the pitch and played it straight back over the bowler head and into the side screen for another 6. And with that 6, the total has gone on to 332 for 3.
Yes, a good shot there by the young man. And bringing up his second 6 years, rushed on to 39. And Gary, while I'm on regional cricket, we have the Windward Islands coming up against the combined campuses and colleges at Windsor Park. Match at the moment is delayed, I suspect, due to weather conditions. But with the Windward Islands, they scored 248 in their first innings from 77.5 overs. And the combined campuses and colleges in reply 29. Well, they made 216. And, I have it the wrong way around.
So just say, I love the shot there from the batsman Gore. A ball pitched up on the pads and he played it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4. And that's what you want to do. When you get the lowest delivery, you want to capitalize on it. And he did that. It was pitched up, full on the pads, and he played it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, so very good shot indeed. But correction, the combined campuses and colleges in fact batted first, and they scored 216. And Win was replied with 248. And now the combined campuses and colleges 29 for no loss.
So they lost lots of time yesterday because that total has been there since almost, I think, in the first or second session yesterday.
Well, no players yet. Match still delayed. Powell, who batted at number 3 in the first innings, is on 16 not out.
So it's 336 here at Warner Park, 336 for 3 wickets. And so the Leewards will want to get up to the 529 for 5 wickets declared, the Red Force. So a strong reply by the Leewards, losing the first wicket on 220. The second wicket went down on 247. Then the third wicket went down at 256. Red Force first wicket went down at 71 at 27. Second went down at 71. Third at 114. Then we saw a very good partnership between Mohammed and the captain, the Silver. And I'm sure that these two batters for the Leewards will want to put on a good partnership. They came together with a score on 256. So they have added how many so far? That's
Sounds
80?
like 80
runs.
80 run partnership. Very
So
good partnership indeed.
good partnership developing between these two batters out of Antigua. So I'm sure their supporters throughout the Leewards, and especially in Antigua, be hoping that another Antiguan can make a century here at Warner Park.
Another 2. Maybe
saw-
another 3 if Alzari bats.
Is driving from the inner portion of the bat, goes down to back of the square for a single. So Carrie McGo moves on with that single to 48. 48 from some 78 delivers. And Andrews on 39 comes into strike.
And it's not only the Antiguan supporters. I'm pretty certain that the Leeward Island supporters will be hoping that a couple more of these batsmen get 100, and that, of course, would take them pretty close or past the 529 for 5 scored by Trinidad and Tobago.
So Philip will continue from the media center end. Short delivery, playing it in the air. Unfortunately for him, he didn't go down to the fielder at mid-off. It was wide outside the off-stump. I thought he was looking to play it into the onside. Came from the lower half of the bat and went down towards Yannick Carrier at deep mid-off.
Yes, he was looking to pull into the onside. It came from the toe end of the bat, as you rightly said. And certainly not in control that time. And going down towards Yannick Carrier, but no chance of a catch there.
So Joel will want to be careful. This time he's solidly in behind it. Just open the face of the bat. Gets it down towards the back of the point area for a single to bring up the end of the over. So with that single, he has gone on to 40. And the total has progressed to 338 for 3 after 118 overs.
Yes, Leewards continue to bat well. We have seen 1 or 2 fault shot, but nothing going close to hand. So far this morning, there's been one shot for leg before, which seems to be going down the leg side. It was a confident one from the Trinidad and Tobago team, but with the existing conditions, we expect that they would be bellowing for any possible chance, any slight chance, and hope that it go their way.
So Carey Pierre will continue from that far end, and Joel goes down the pitch and he's out stump. Bad shot, poor decision by Joel Andrew going down the strip. The ball was spinning away outside the off stump. He was looking to swing it over wide long on. He missed it. He has given his hands away, and the Red Forces, they have broken the partnership here. 338 for 4. Poor shot.
Poor shot indeed. Never close to the pitch of that one. Missed it completely, and the Silver did the rest. So just as we were saying, we are hoping that these two would go on. We saw Joel Andrew giving it away. And like I've said earlier on, he's a fine player, but prone to indiscretion at times. And certainly not a bad choice. It seemed to have been premeditated by Joel Andrew. And perhaps Pierre, very experienced bowler, he might have pulled it back a bit, Gary, and deceived Joel Andrew. It was pitched on about centre and leg stump and spinning away from Andrew, and he missed it completely.
A rush of blood by the youngster. The last delivery of the previous over was struck for 6, and he probably decided that I will go after the first delivery, but you still have to play each ball on its merit. The ball was flatter. Well, maybe Carey Pierce saw him coming down as well and bowled it a bit shorter and flatter, and he missed it and taken behind and was stumped.
Yes, certainly. Well anticipated there by Carey Pierce. And, as you said, saw him coming and pulled it back a bit. And he missed it completely. Playing down the wrong line, not getting close to the pitch and being stumped.
So Jamal Hamilton has replaced Joel Andrew, and he just easily played it into the offside for a single. So Joel should understand that you have the entirety to bat. There was no need for him to rush down the pitch to go after after Caribbean. These are things you want to, as youngsters, you want to know where you're at, you want to understand the state of the game, and you don't want to give up your hand so easy.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
a very good strip here at Warner Park.
Yes, and the Leewards are not looking to score quickly now to have a declaration or anything of that sort. So lots of time left in the game for him.
So Pierre, success in this over. He was given a wicket by Joel Andrew. I'm sure he'll be happy.
His first wicket in the match, his 22nd wicket for the season.
So Pierre will continue from that far end. And there's Hamilton onto the back foot, punches into the offside. Should get a second run. There was a bit of a hesitation because the fielder down on the extra cover boundary had to run across to his right. So that should have been an easy 2. And with those 2 runs, Gore has gone on to 50. So a 50 for Kyle McGowan here at Warner Park. So with those 2 runs, he's on 50. He struck some 6-4s. And congratulated by the experienced Jamal Hamilton. So I'm sure he's saying to him, you have 50, you need to go on and make another 150 to get 200, as Powell would say.
Yeah, most definitely. And 50 from some 80 deliveries.
So he will facing up to Pierre from that far end, and he's punching it to the offside. Here Hamilton is saying 2-2-2, but the fielder Joshua James came around quickly, and it was closer to him than the previous shot that went to his right. So he had enough time. He came around quickly and prevented the possibility of a second run. So Gore has gone on to 51 from 81. So you should understand that you're set, batting for almost a half an hour in the 4 days play. The delivery on the off stump just guided down into the offside to the end of the over. 342 it is for 4, the Leewards.
Yes, 342 for 4. We saw Joel Andrew really giving it away and giving away an opportunity to get a good score and to bat long. And earlier, before the start of the match, I saw Hamilton having a throwdown by his coach, and he just had his coach throw down 3 deliveries at him, and he struck all 3 deliveries from the middle of the bat and told the coach, well, that was enough.
That was enough.
That was enough. And but he's in good form. He really was, those 3 shots really came from the middle of the bat, and probably just wanted to feel something on the bat. But he has been in good form, has had a high score of 93 for the season.
So Gore will be facing up outside the off stump. He watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Jamal is an experienced campaigner. He has played for the West Indies, but he would want to play a long knock here for the Leewards. Tried to get him up to the 529 or 530 to get first innings points, but I'm sure that the Red Force will want to think that they can restrict them, and if the Leewards continue to give their hands away, then they'll accept the wickets. So at the end of this over, you'll hear the voice of Carlisle. And so Anderson Phillip is in his 15th over. And outside the off-stump, playing a hit, good delivery, a bit wide, pulling the batsman forward, maybe seamed the way slightly. And Kyle McGowan is admonishing himself. I'm sure he knew that he made a mistake by going after that wide delivery. Taken low down by the keeper.
Like I've been saying, Gary, is certainly on this track, it's a game of patience. And Anderson Phillip has been patient. He pulled one outside the off stump there, tempting the batsman. Gore, who would have lost his patience. And Hamilton immediately calling him down to have some words with him. And the nature of the track has not changed, really. So players would have to continue to exercise patience.
Phillip gets the delivery to Gore. So fielder has in place a shot there at mid-wicket. Looking for the catch, maybe for the drive that leaves the bat in the air, just on the edge of the square. And the ball went down to Cephas Cooper. Cooper would have dropped Carrie McGowan yesterday, as a matter of fact, got extra cover of the bowling of Carrier. I was very, very disgusted about the fact that Cephas Cooper couldn't hold on to something that would have been was a regulation catch at extra cover. At that time, Gore was on 4. He has now progressed to 51 as Philip goes over the wicket, wide outside the off stump. He's not going to be tempted. He goes through. So Gore certainly making use of the chance given to him yesterday.
Oh yes, certainly. Another 47 runs. And in fact, I think his first scoring shot was those 4 runs, a boundary. And then he was dropped by Cooper. But we see Anderson Phillip continue to probe away outside the off stump, trying to induce the batsman into some indiscretion.
So he's in his 4th over of the morning. Outside the off stump, another wide delivery. Go is not going to be tempted. Go has been there for some time. He has faced some 85 deliveries. So he's not going to be tempted. He was tempted early in the over, but I'm sure he would have learned from his mistake and decided that once it is outside the off stump, I'm just going to allow it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So we have 1 delivery coming up in the over 120. 120th over of the Leeward's innings. When the Red Force batted, they faced 125 and they scored 529 runs. So stark difference in terms of the scoring rate. As Philip goes over the wicket to bowl 2. Go another wide delivery outside the off stump. Over is completed. 342 for 4. After some words from you, Smitten, you'll hear the voice of Carlisle Powell.
So 342 for 4. And as the fielders change over. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they know that they are still in this game. If they could get another 6 wickets, they certainly could get first innings points. If they get another 6 wickets, that is below the 529 runs they would have declared for. PA will continue from the far end, and he has picked up his first wicket, gifted his first wicket, I would say. 342 for 4. We have had some 120 overs bowled, and the weather has been good. We've started with good weather as Hamilton is angling this one down into the gully region. They can't score. So the weather has been good, kind to us for the past 2 days, and we expect that we'll have much of a full day's play here today. And taking on the paddle, but that seemed to be missing leg. Say good morning to Carlisle.
Hi, good morning again. Hope you're well.
Yes, I'm doing fairly well. I'm thankful to be alive. Thankful to be looking at some good cricket. Yes, the pitch is dead, Carlisle, but there's still lots of interest left in this game. First innings, of course. Quick single, and in the end, easily taken. But both teams, of course, in fairly good position to grab first innings here today. Leeward has responded very strongly to this 529 for 5 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Hamilton defends, but he can't score as it goes to Cooper at short extra cover. And play, of course, starting at 9:30 again today. Another 98 overs to be bowled in the day's play. Yesterday, been a very long day. Those 98 overs were bowled yesterday. And a very long day yesterday. But somehow, I suspect this one might not be as long, but we'll just have to wait and see. PA quicker, flatter, straighter, defended by Gore. And the over comes to an end.
And he's on 51 is Kareem Go, and has looked solid. did give a chance yesterday, but apart from that, he has settled down quite nicely, and I like the look of Kareem Ago. I tell you something though, you would have to realize, and I hope that the Leewards realize and West Indies cricket realize, that we have a problem with Joel Andrew. And that problem is that he has had so many good starts, and every now and again we just see the impetuous side of him coming into the game and trying to show that he can dominate every single delivery, every single bowler, when it is not necessary. So somebody is going to have to pull him aside, because he is fast becoming a problem. There is no doubting his talent.
No doubt.
Tremendous
Absolutely
talent.
But Philip goes in outside the off stump, and this is going to be the line of attack for Philip. But
You just have to be patient.
talent is
Batters just
also
have to be
mental
patient.
too, you know, Carlisle. If you do not have that mental side of your talent, you're not going to succeed. And, you know.
This is where you have to work on his in game sense and game intelligence, because 40s and 50s are not going to cut it. They might be fairly acceptable at Leeward's level, but certainly not at regional or international level.
No, and the fishes that one outside the off stump being tempted. This one a bit closer to the off stump this time from Philip. And this time it's it's Hamilton who was baited into a shot at the delivery outside the off stump.
Could easily have left it. Back of a length, outside the off stump, we haven't seen anything come back from these seamers, and especially not from Phillips, so he could easily have left that.
Most definitely. So Hamilton will settle. He's in good form. One of the more experienced players for the Leeward Island. This one comes back to Carlisle.
But the line,
the line, exactly.
that was middle and leg. You know, so coming back is not going to harm him. It's a single.
And as it was turned back out of square. So, but we have not seen much lateral movement on this pitch. Hardly any. We've seen from Seals, in fact Anderson, in the opening burst, one or two, jagging back, but not much movement to trouble the batsman, and slow movement into the batsman, allowing them enough time to play the deliveries. Philip, driven, straight to extra cover, and it's fielded there by Webster, the emergency fieldsman, and there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago using a slip. There's a backward point right back on the boundary. Very short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, forward of the square leg umpire, and long leg back on the boundary, and a fine leg on the boundary. Very interesting. Short, lifting outside the off stump, and the batsman just stands his ground. He doesn't have to duck or sway away from that one. It was wide of the off stump and much too high also.
If you're going to get the ball to bounce shoulder height, head height on this pitch, you have to dig it in your half of the pitch. And so that's not going to be difficult to play at all. You just leave those alone.
Bowlers have been threatening their toes in this match at times, trying to dig it in. But it's Philip once more. This one is driven up to mid-off to Karaya, who fields the end of the over. Karaya, of course, yesterday, Carlisle, by far the Trinidad and Tobago was bowler, the most effective. He put down some 26 overs, 3 made 65 runs, and he picked up all 3 wickets to fall yesterday. We have not seen him yet for the day.
No, well, the Trinidad and Tobago team more than likely would have spoken about it and would have come out with a plan. 3 good wickets for him, yesterday. He can say that among the 3 wickets, he picked up 2 centurions, and the other wicket being that of a West Indies player.
Test player.
So
Test and one the player, of course, yes. Yeah, so we...
No, Carty has played both formats. You know, so he's a test player. Louis is a test player.
Well, I actually was referring to Carty, not Louis. But thanks for the correction, Carlisle. As this one is pushed into the offside.
It is easy to see why Pierre has picked up so many wickets this year, because his line is nagging. He's right there. He's forcing the batters to make mistakes.
Yeah, and certainly on a pitch where he might get a bit more assistance, he would be more effective. As you said, that nagging length.
And getting a bit of bounce on this occasion. Hamilton looking to cut. I mean, listen, all he has to do is to stay in the pitch and bat. He's looking now to be enterprising. You just have to wait on the bad deliveries. You try to force it against Pierre, you give him the chance to celebrate.
Hamilton is only on 3. He has just gone to the wicket. He's defending this time. And, but having said that about Correa, Pierre certainly has been the most successful bowler for Trinidad and Tobago this year. So, no doubt they felt that it was best to go with Pierre. Pushed into the offside square. No run. And as we've been saying all day yesterday on this pitch, it's a game of patience.
The accuracy of Pierre is admirable.
Quicker delivery. That one, of course, quicker and a bit straighter. One with the arm. $344 for 4. Hamilton is back. And then forward stays it into the offside. End of over number 123. And Leeward's 344 for 4. Lots of overs being bowled so far, Carlisle. And technically we're not halfway through this match as yet. And we're on the final day.
Yes. And what it says is that the Trinidad and Tobago score rate, having average at just over 4 runs and over, is the difference between the score after this many overs, 123, and where the Leewards are. The Leewards have soaked up a lot of dot balls in the process.
Yes, and as you mentioned, that Trinidad and Tobago, in fact, you said batted 125 overs for their 529 runs.
It also tells you that the accuracy of the Leeward's bowlers was far less than that of Trinidad and Tobago.
Most definitely, Carlisle. But it's Phillip outside the off stump once more. And good discipline being shown there by Phillip. Obviously, the plan is to bowl outside the off stump, wide of the off stump, and then now and then bring one a little closer to the off stump.
Because the objective must be to make 529 the target as difficult as possible.
Most definitely. I certainly would agree with that. And like I said, you know, still a long way off. And Trinidad and Tobago still in with a very good chance if they could continue to pick up wickets. Nice shot, but we'll only get a single as it goes down towards backward point. So one more to go. But Gordo should see this as an opportunity to get a 100. He's set. He's batting well. He's showing good technique. And the conditions are in his favor.
Well, the good thing about it is that in the match, nobody is going to tell you, come out. Nobody. You don't expect a declaration from the Leewards. Short of this, what he'll get is nets when he will bat for what, 15 minutes, half an hour? Nobody will tell him come out. in this game.
No, certainly not. Philip. This one is closer to the off stump and stayed down to backward point. Comes off the boundary to field and single to Hamilton. Still some batting left for the Leeward Islands. Capable batsman, the captain himself, Cornwall. Joseph has promised that he's gonna make 100 at least. He's not looking for a half century, he's looking for 100. So 4 wickets down. With 4 wickets down, the Leeward Islands would be looking to get as close as possible and perhaps pass this 529 runs. Philip once more. This time it's more or less on the off stump, moving in slightly to the right-handed go, and he gets it down to point for a single. And I've been a bit intrigued, Carlo, by the fine leg and long leg in place for Trinidad and Tobago for Philip. I don't recall them fielding the ball in that area during the spell.
Not yet, but you notice that every now and again he drops the left shoulder and he bowls a short ball. So maybe they're just there for the possibility.
Possibility, of course. Short, just right on
Just as
cue.
I spoke.
But this one is outside the off stump. Batsman doesn't even have to bat an eyelid. It was short, innocuous, going by outside the off stump. Slip in place. There's a point back on the boundary, just backward, slightly backward. Point short extra cover in a run saving position. Mid off. Karaya loosening up now. And mid on, short mid wicket, square leg. Fine leg, steer down into the backward point area for a single by Hamilton. And his score will go on to 5, and the score go on to 248 for 4 as the over comes to an end.
Quiet going. The Leewards are still, 180 something runs behind the score made by Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, it's a final day today. And this round of matches, it seems to me as if almost all of the games have been affected by some condition which has caused incomplete days play. The game that should be completed or near completion, I'm trying to find that, is the Barbados game. That was further ahead. That game has been completed. So Barbados won that game outright. Jamaica not having a good start to this season.
Oh, definitely not. And Leeward, as I said, 181 runs behind. Another 32 runs or so to make Trinidad and Tobago bat again.
But more importantly, another 2 runs for the third bonus batting point.
Yes, definitely. And, well, they'll get that. They're pretty close to that. I don't see them falling for another 2 runs. So they will get that bonus batting point. As this one is stayed square of the wicket by Hamilton. And can't score as Philip is there to field. So it's pair. Once more from the far end. Hamilton is driving back up on the offside. The bowler fields to his own bowling and there's no run. For Pierre, there's a slip, there's a backward point. Very short mid-off. There's an extra cover and long off. There's also a cover back on the boundary. And on the onside, there's a long on, short mid-wicket, backward square. And Hamilton is defending once more. So really accurate carry pair. Attacking the stumps. Is that strayed away too much from those three poles? Yeah, Hamilton is pushing forward once more. It goes into the offside. And the water cat is being called on. And that, of course, the first water break for the day. And perhaps it's a good time for us to take a water break also. Well, the water break has come to an end, and we are back with the action. And it seems as though we're going to have Seals continuing, in fact, coming on for the first time today, replacing Anderson. And Trinidad and Tobago, they seem to like this man Carlisle operate with a fast bowler from one end and a spin bowler from the other.
And it's working for them, so why not?
Yeah, so, and of course, these are two quality fast bowlers, both of them having been selected for West Indies. So Seals to go. Gets a good one defense. So Seals starts on target. Attacking the stumps right away. He has a very similar feel to Philip. In fact, it seems as though it was just, if you look at the field, it seems as though it's just a question of replacing the bowler from this end, but the field remains the same. Slip, backward point on the boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg forward, fine leg and long leg back. Turn down to fine leg now for a single. So obviously the plan is the same for Seals, Carlisle, based on the field placing we are seeing.
Seals is having a conversation there with Philip as he goes back to his mark. Seals, of course, looking the more athletic of the two. Philip has a bit more bustle in his run-up.
So Seals, he bowls one which jacks back into Hamilton, who plays it well down to backward square. And the second of those two fielders behind square comes in. That's the long leg, or you could call him a backward square. James coming off the boundary. And a single. Don't know what it was like in your neck of the woods last night, Carlisle, but
Windy.
I can swear last night that in my area we were getting gusts of over 40 miles per hour.
It was windy.
This one is down the onside. Good take there by the Silver. So the wind certainly picked up last night. And what was the sea like coming over?
Little choppy, but it's just a little short 7-minute ride, so not long enough for it to be uncomfortable. Plus, I enjoy sailing.
I'm fully aware that by now, 28 hours
On one trip.
on one trip, and it was not a cruise line.
No.
Seals once more.
I also did a couple of round trips with my friend Captain Mills, Nevis to St. Croix, across to Tortola, back up to Nevis. Only a small matter of 38 hours.
Wow. Give me the cruise ship, Carlisle. I don't mind being on one for 7 days, 7 nights. Of course, you get off at ports. But that long on sea, no. I mean, I have no problems with sailing. I mean, I have no choice either. Living in St. Kitts and having to be back and forth. The Seals makes his way in. And this one is taken by the Silver as the over comes to an end. But you know, Carlisle, certainly transportation by sea in Nevis has gone through quite a bit of a transformation over the years. I could remember back in the days of the lighters when you would have spent 2.5, 3 hours on sea just getting from the Charlestown Pier to the Bastille Pier or vice versa. You would have spent hours on those boats. At one point, no engines on them, and even when they got engines, it took a pretty long time. But now you're only spending 7 minutes.
Correct.
And if you go the long way, you spend
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
And people complain that it is too long.
It is too, just imagine that. So Pierre will continue from the far end.
You would have to ask Dillon, how long is the trip between Trinidad and Tobago by boat? 3 to 4 hours.
3 to 4 hours. That's a pretty long one. Single taken, of course. We do have to remind listeners, though, that from pier to pier in St. Kitts Nevis it's just about 11 miles, and just about 2 miles
The other way.
the other way. Dylan might tell us how the distance between Trinidad and Tobago and between Trinidad and Tobago, I should say, must be much longer. But it's pier driven. It goes up to long off and go get a single.
350 came up for the Leewards. We're now 352 for 4. And so that third batting point is in the bag.
Yeah, certainly. And they will be looking for first inning lead now at the end of this over, of course, Carlisle. You would be joined by Gary.
Coming back to between St. Kitts and Nevis, if you start training now, you might be able to make it to the cross-channel swim, which happens every match.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but
okay.
Not at my age, Carlisle.
there is no age limit. You know,
I know.
I've seen some youngsters just barely into their teens who have made that cross-channel swim. And it's an annual event, happens every year in March, a swim from Orly Beach in Nevis all the way across to St. Kitts.
Yes, and certainly a good feature on the sporting calendar. Yearly defended there by Hamilton. It goes to short extra cover. In over number 127, of course. And 354. So the Leewards having picked up 3 bonus points. Pierre switched to over the wicket to Hamilton. And Hamilton is back, stays it towards third man, but Philip is quickly across the field and there's no run. Of course, this year Carlisle, young division going to the Olympics as a swimmer first for the Federation.
Troy.
As the over is completed, and Carlisle, of course, will now be joined by Gary Pemberton.
And while we are having the changeover, we should acknowledge that today self is the birthday of the great Desmond Leo Haynes. And he, of course, still has played the most test matches for Barbados at 116. Craig Brathwaite is closing in on him very soon. But Desmond Haynes turning 69 years old today, and really and truly an outstanding servant of West Indies cricket. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning to you, Carlisle, and good morning to our listeners and viewers.
Sales bowls a delivery outside the off stump, and it's left alone there by Go, who has been very, very patient and responsible for his 55 runs.
So you're speaking about the distance between Nevis and St. Kitts, and the question was asked about the distance between Trinidad and Tobago. I think based on information, 210.6 kilometers, 3 hours and 49 minutes by boat. So that's the distance between the two islands.
I can assure you that our producer DeLon is not going to swim that distance.
So yes, the cross-channel swim is due to come up on the 29th of March. I don't know. Well, let us hope that the sea conditions will calm down by then. And the year before it was a bit rough. So Barbados have already won that game against the Jamaicans, and they were 121 for 1. Jonathan Drake's amongst the runs again, 52 not out.
He's doing well. He's having a very good year.
So Sales has replaced Anderson Phillip from the media center end. So Phillip has completed his spell, was not successful. Leeward still chased by 177 runs. And they should be looking to get the first innings points, Carlisle.
Definitely.
And back to the batting point, Carlisle, I am not sure. I know last year you had to make the runs within a certain number of overs. And the Leewards took a very, very long time to get up to 350. So I'm not sure if they're going to get that extra batting point. And I know that you used, because they want to encourage free-flowing batting as well. You cannot be batting too slow.
All batting and bowling points apply only to the first 100 overs.
So I don't think they'll get that extra one. So they now have to look to get the first innings points.
And you note that the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers who have bowled this morning have been bowling that offside line and just wide of the off stump, and really drying up the scoring opportunities for the Leewards.
And if you're going to be bowling that line, why do you need a fielder down at backward square and the boundary for the short ball that might come once every 5 overs?
Good observation, because there is also a fielder down at long leg. Seals again, and this delivery is on the leg stump. Worked forward of square to bring up the end of the over. The Leewards are 352 for 4. Gore is on 55 and Jamal Hamilton is on 7. Lost the wicket this morning of Andrew, who ran past the delivery and was out stumped off Pier for 40. And at that time, the score was on 338 for 4. I mean, Gary, you saw the complete inning of Andrew, and he seems to be a batsman in a haste, in a hurry. He has obviously loads of talent, but he now has to understand that cricket is about staying in the pitch, about playing the situation, and about learning as you go along. He is yet to make a century.
Yes, so he would need to understand that. I think someone would need to speak to him again. Because I'm sure he would have been spoken to before, but he's young, and you need to, as a player, think for yourself that you know where you're at and what do you need to do, because it doesn't matter how much talking you get from someone. If you don't tell yourself that this is what you want to do, you'll be making the same mistakes over and over.
Pier to Hamilton, and he's forcing this down to long off, and will get a single, so he will move to 8. I don't want people to think by any means or form that we do not appreciate young Andrew. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of time for him. Absolutely love the talent that he has. But he now has to produce by way of runs. Here's a delivery which is turning, and he was playing at it. Was Gore. Good delivery there by Pierre. Asking the batsman to play, and he completely missed it. Probably pitch about outside the leg stump and turned straight across him.
Yes, and he's now bowling from around the wicket.
Seems to me like he's trying to hit those footholds.
Over the wicket, as a matter of fact, is the left armour.
He's sweeping at this one, and they've crossed for a single. Came from the underside of the bat, so he'll get another run go to take him on to 56. Leeward's at 354 for 4. Again pitch outside the leg stump, and he was again sweeping at it.
So the Leewards have added just the 37 runs so far for the morning. Yes, and this is the 17th over that has been bowled. So just going just over 2 runs for over.
Hamilton is driving. Again, it will bring the fielder from the long off boundary. He'll get a single, and that will take him on to 9, and the score on to 355. But the difference in the game in terms of the pace of the game, in terms of the bowlers, has been the lengths and lines bowled by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Much more accurate than what we saw from the Leeward's bowlers. Pierre is in his 47th over and he has picked up 1 for 80. So he's going at less than 2 and over. Delivery which is played to extra cover to bring up the end of the over. 355 for 4.
Another tight over from Carrie Pierre, who continued to bowl a long spell for the Red Force team, 49 overs, and he has picked up 1 for, is it 61 or 81? So he has picked up 1 wicket, but he has kept
1 for 80.
He has kept things tight. Yeah, 47 overs, 30 maidens, 1 for 81, and so he has gone over the wicket. He started this morning bowling around the wicket, and now he has gone over the wicket and he seems to get the ball to be spinning across the batsman with the left arm coming over the wicket to get the ball to go across the right-handed batsman.
Sales is none for 54, and he's at the top of his bowling mark below our position here at the media center. And we'll be bowling to Hamilton. Hamilton is tempted, then pulls the bat inside the line, allows it to go through for De Silva to take.
I wonder if he pulled the bat inside the line after, because it, to me, was drawn forward and might have played at it and just gave the impression that he might have just played inside the line of that delivery. But a delivery just on the off stump, we realized that they have been keeping that off stump line to tempt or tease the batters. And we have seen on 1 or 2 occasions that the batsman would have lost concentration and be playing at those deliveries outside the off stump.
Again wide of the off stump. Hamilton shows good discipline. He doesn't play.
Too wide to tempt the batsman Hamilton. Hamilton, I'm sure, will want to spend some time in the middle. He has had some good starts to the season. I'm sure with this good battership here, he would want to make use of it.
Some excellent shots being captured there by our cameraman that is looking over towards the deep water pier. And Nevis would be in the background. Hamilton is sparring at this one, again wide of the off stump. Came from the bottom edge of the bat and went down between the keeper and the fielder at wide slip and picked up 4 runs. Again, he probably didn't have to play, but he played and he got an edge, went down for 4 runs.
Yeah, so good consistent bowling there from Seals, keeping that off stump, so it's up to the batsman whether or not they want to play at it. And this time Hamilton played at it, came from the under portion of the bat and went between the first slip and the keeper and down towards the boundary for 4. Like he was indicating to Gore that he was probably looking to play it more square of the wicket, but he probably maybe kept a little low as well and came from the under portion and went down to the boundary for 4.
But he had to reach for it, Gary. Certainly wasn't close to it, wasn't over it, couldn't control it. And the bowler got him to play at a wideish delivery that he could have left. Ended well, he got 4 runs. So he has taken his total on to 13. This one is closer, and Hamilton is defending away into the offside.
So Seals has been toiling away without success. He's in his 19th over, 58 runs. Alzari Joseph bowled 21 overs, didn't pick up a wicket. So the Pacers have not contributed to the bonus points yet in this match. If any of the Pacers were to get a wicket, they would add 0.2 of a point to the bonus points that the teams would get at the end of the match. Pacers have not been able to contribute to that as yet.
Loud shout. Seems to me as if he
Might
was
have got
struck.
maybe an edge onto the pad too.
I'm not sure about an edge, but he might have been outside the line.
We'd like to look at it on the monitor.
No, the angle.
Oh, he's going
The
down.
angle taking it down.
Yes, a good decision by umpire Williams. That obviously going down the onside.
The balance of Hamilton wasn't quite right, though. His head was outside the line
Was
of the
falling
ball
over, yeah.
as he was falling over and trying to play that into the onside.
That was a straighter delivery. So I guess Hamilton was looking for that delivery wide outside the off stump, but this one was jogging back in towards him and he was stuck on the pad.
Again, forcing the batsman to play, and Hamilton is defending away, and so brings up the end of the over, and the Leewards have taken the score now to 359 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hamilton is at the crease, and with him is Gore, who has played well.
So Go is on 56, so he would want to bat until lunch. As I'm sure that would be his first target, but as long as possible, bat until lunch. We are just about 12 minutes to 11. Play started at 9:30, so he has been going now for an hour and about 18 minutes. So you want to continue to bat. So you're already there. You're set. You can almost say that he's set. So you don't want to give it up at this point in time. And now we see that the successful bowler from yesterday, Yannick Karaya, has been brought in from the very end that he would have picked up those 3 wickets from.
Right arm wrist spin, and we'll be bowling to Karima Gore. Gore, who is on 56.
Non-cap. Carry.
So I'm sure that Karaya would want to get back on that good line and length that he bowled yesterday. He floated up a few deliveries, got some turn.
Oh my goodness.
That is exactly where he want to be bowling, just on about the off stump, and bringing the batsman forward.
Fine creature.
So the captain encouraging Karaya.
Flighted, and here is Gore getting to the pitch of it and hitting it beautifully over long off for 6 runs. Just saw that one early, Karima Gore, and said, yes, this is in my arc, and he played it really well to pick up 6 runs to take him on to 62 runs.
Yes, it was too full, and he just came forward and lifted it over long off for 6. And if I was Karaya, I would not be too perturbed about that. You can float upon a little wide outside the off stump and see what will happen.
Catch it.
Back and punching into the offside. There's a fielder on the cover boundary, and so Gore will get another run to take him on to 63, and the score to 366 for 4.
So with that delivery, that one was flatter and faster. I thought he probably could have Given another float outside the off stump and see if you would have been tempted to go for another 6.
Hamilton has come on to strike now and has Carrier bowling from the Lozak Road end. And he's back and pulling. Doesn't quite middle it, but it will bring the fielder off the long on boundary and they'll get a single. So he moves on to 14. 367 for 4. Carrier in his first over for the day. Asking for a field change now. Extra cover is straight and the cover has gone even straighter. Go is back and driving firmly straight down the ground. They'll get a single. I'll have to take another peep at that to see if it came from the bat of the non-striker of well to slow it down a bit. But it's the end of the over. And the Leewards are 367 for 4.
Deviation?
It seems slight. Probably hit the bat of the non-striker as it was going through. Slowed it down a little bit so that mid-on was able to get across in time.
So 9 runs coming from that over. 6 was included in that, but I'm sure Carrier will, when he continues to bowl from that far end, will try and see if he can pitch on that line and length that he bowled yesterday when he created a little bother for the batters yesterday afternoon.
And the Leewards are still 161 runs behind that 529 scored by Trinidad and Tobago. So that is still some distance away. 368 for 4. Seals bowling from the media center end. And it's wide of the off stump. Karimago leaves it alone.
So they have scored some 56 runs for the morning. 50 runs as a matter of fact. 50, they were on 317. So 50 runs for the morning in how many overs? 19 overs and 1 ball. So they're just going at just over 2 runs per over. Slow going for the Leewards.
Delivery wide of the off stump, which is tempting Go to play. And he goes for a little stroke. Knows that that is a delivery that he has left alone before. But this time he was tempted to play. Missed it. And went through for De Silva to take.
You just need a momentary lapse in concentration and you could lose your wicket. We saw that this morning with young Joel Andrew giving the charge to Pair who was out stump.
Seals once more. Short delivery, not tempting going to play in the shot. And he just drops his arms and allows it to go through for De Silva to take. Gary, it's carnival season in Trinidad and Tobago. Have you seen the Trinidad and Tobago carnival?
No, I've never witnessed it.
You should book it.
I'll think about it.
It's really an experience out of this world.
So Dylan, you think we should book for Carnival?
It's probably too late to get you into any of the major bands this year, because I'm told that they sell out very fast. But the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival is an experience, a good experience at that. Wide of the off stump, and again Go allows it to go through for De Silva. So it's all about concentration. The Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have done a good job in terms of not allowing the Leewards to score fast.
And Sales continue to pay away, continue to give some effort. He has been putting some effort into his bowling.
Delivery which is straighter, and Go is defending nicely away into the offside. He's having a good chat with himself, Karima Go. Started this morning with his score on 41. He has lost his overnight partner, Joel Andrew, for 26. Overnight, We had bowled 112 overs. We're now in over number 132. So 1 ball left for 20 overs this morning. As Seals bowls to Gore, who is turning it into the onside, finds mid-wicket straight, won't score. And so the Leewards, in response to 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago, are 368 for 4.
Yes, so the Leewards would certainly have their eyes set on the 529 because they would want to get first innings points. The Red Force there were able to pick up 3 batting points. I don't think that it seems as though based on how the Leewards have batted, it seems as though there's only possibility that only 1 batting point they will get in this inning. So they want to get up to that 529, 530, so at least they can get first innings points. Carey would want to prevent that from happening. He's bowling his second over of the day from that far end. He's a successful bowler yesterday. Had 3 for 65 from his 26 overs at the end of play yesterday. So he got the wicket of Louis for 110, Henry for 100, and Carty for 15. Pierre has gotten the lone wicket that has fallen so far for the morning.
Delivery, which is played down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary by Hamilton. And so he'll progress his score by 1. He goes on to 15. And the Leewards are 369 for the loss of 4 wickets. Carrera is continuing from that far end. 3 for 75 in his 28th over. And he picked up the wickets of Henry for 100, Carty for 15, and Louis for 110. Here is Gore pulling, tucking a delivery really. Across to the fielder at mid-on, who has to run across to his right. And they get a single. So Kareem Gore continues on. He's on 65. Carrera from the far end comes up now to bowl to Hamilton, who's staying it away into the offside and won't score. Saying good morning to former Antigua and Leeward's fast bowler George Ferris, who says that he is enjoying the commentary. Good morning to you, George.
George Ferris and Anthony Merrick.
Face some peer for Antigua and Barbuda. Here is Carrera, and he's driving nicely into the offside. Is Hamilton. They will get a couple of runs as it is some good football skills down there on the boundary. Just stops it just inside the boundary ropes, and they scamper back for a second run. And so Hamilton has moved on to 16, and it's now 371. Umpire is having a quiet word with the batsmen and telling them you're running down the middle of the pitch and you have to run off the danger area. Hamilton is always in conversation, whether with himself or with his batting partner or with the fielders, but he's quite a talker, Jamal Hamilton.
He's asking the umpire a question. He said, "Talk you mean this year?"
I'll tell you something he means well. He's quite a jovial youngster. Carrera to bowl now to Hamilton is back and cut in, and the field at backward point does well. So it's the end of the over. Leeward's at 372 for 4, 65 is go 17 Jama Hamilton. And here is Hamilton running down, and you have to give credit to our producer. He was able to draw the line and show exactly what he was doing, and Tuckett spotted it quite early and said to him, no, you have to run clear.
So Shimazu Seals will continue from the media center end. So there was is that Gilles Gouli who is on the field for Django, it looked like. So he's making he was the fielder down at long off who stopped the ball with his boot. So Django has come back onto the field. Seals will continue from the media center end.
Replaced by Earl Smithen. Afterwards from you, Gary.
So a short delivery, and it was pulled away down towards the back of the square area where that's Joshua James had some wanting to do across to his left, a single. So with a single, the total has gone on to 373, and they're still some way off from the 529, so they're still 156 runs away from that total, the target of 529. As I welcome back, Earl Smitten.
Well, good morning again, Gary.
Seals will continue. Hamilton getting a Yorker-like delivery, got bat in it, and we'll get a single in the end because Cephas Cooper at mid-wicket couldn't stop it. And Jaden Seals a bit disappointed that the fielder at mid-wicket couldn't stop it, and they went behind him for a single.
Yes, Leeward's continue to bat well though. Yes, 373 is a long way still, but I suspect that they will be looking to take it in stages. They inching towards 400, and they've lost just the one wicket so far today. That of Joel Andrew for 40 was thumped by the silver of the bowling of Pierre. Very injudicious shot by the youngster, really giving it away.
So Hamilton is on the non-striker's end, and Karimago is on 66 from 125. So he started the morning on 41, so which means he has added some 25 runs. And the Red Force, they have bowled some 21.2 over so far for the morning, and the Leewards have scored some 57 runs.
What I've liked so far though, despite the fact that this is a very flat track, the two fast bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, Philip and the Seals, that is, they're really running and giving it their all.
Yes, they have done that. And they will get 2 runs from a tumbling effort by Caraya. Had to run across to his left from the deep mid-off area. It was a good shot, was punched through the extra cover region, and they were able to get 2 more runs. So with those 2 runs, total has gone on to 376.
Of course, we saw Alzawi Joseph when he bowled 2. He certainly ran in and hit the deck and really tried hard, but was luckless.
So these are international bowlers. You know what it is to work hard for your wicket. And they have certainly done that short delivery, and Gore thought about it, but just pulled out of the shot at the last minute. And Jamal Hamilton is indicating to him that there's a field down at the bottom. What is it that he's complaining about?
There's nothing wrong with the field. Leewards made the mistake when they bowled of having three behind
it's
square.
Not behind square. It's
But the man at square leg is not behind square. There's absolutely nothing.
Maybe he's indicating that he was behind square before the ball was bowled.
Well, I guess we'll have to have a look at that again. But at the moment, the fielder is not behind square and not behind. So, in fact, the
captain is just asking him now to just move.
Yeah, just to avoid any any discrepancies. But certainly he seemed to be in a good position to me.
And he's right next to the square leg umpire, so if he was on the right side of the umpire, he would have seen that.
Exactly. But I was just about to mention those two fielders down there. They've been down there for both fast bowlers all morning, and they've just fielded about 2 or 3 balls.
Yeah. So Seals continue to pick away on that off-stump line. As a matter of fact, and no ball was signaled. It's a no ball.
Oh, okay.
So it has to be he was behind. He was
Obviously. So we might have missed out on that one. So certainly we've seen this happening twice.
So Jamal Hamilton made sure that he pointed it out.
Both teams are in. I mean, this is elementary. I mean, this is a rule you know from the time you start playing cricket.
So Sales will continue. Bright sunshine here at Warner Park. Lovely drive, but will not get a run. Ball pitched up, and Jamal Hamilton, or that's Cameron Gore, was driving, but went straight down to mid-off. The over is completed, and the Leewards are 377 for 4 from 134 overs. So we're saying that the Leewards might only get 1 batting point because they're batting too slow. You need to make your runs in less than 100 overs, and it took too long to get up to 300 mark.
How long did it take to get to
The
the 350?
it's 120 plus.
100,
Yeah, over 100. Over 100.
It would have been over 100.
Correct. They got to 256 in 96.2 overs. So there's no way they would have gotten up to 300 in 3.2 overs.
Yeah, most definitely not.
So Karaya will continue from that far. I don't think though he has found that line and length that he had last evening. He was flighting more. I think this morning he's pushing it through a bit too much. He was struck for a 6 already. Maybe that's why he's afraid to flight. But I think he should continue flighting.
Back umpire.
Certainly. And but it's obvious that the Leeward batsmen, they're not going to be afraid to go after him if he errs in length and line. They, despite the fact that they've been going a bit slow, we have seen them being positive at times though. When the loose deliveries they has come along, they have not been afraid to put them away.
So whether there was something, maybe a fly or something.
Fly.
Something as he was brushing something, Jamal Hamilton, something was bothering him.
Seem to have picked up something actually from this trip.
So you get a single. So with that single, the total will go on to 378. Still 151 runs away from the Red Force first innings of 529. Lovely delivery. He's all caught behind. Wonderful delivery. Pitched perfectly. And there was go coming forward, spun away, outer edge found, and the keeper, still the Silver, has taken the catch. So the fifth wicket has fallen, and the Karimagor has been dismissed. Beautiful delivery.
Yes, a wonderful delivery indeed. And Karaya, he seems to have been the bowler in this match so far to extract most from this docile track. It really spun and bounced a bit and took the outer portion of the bat, and the batsman had to go as he was taken behind. And we see what looks like a drinks break being taken at the moment, so perhaps we could have a bit of a drinks break here.
So welcome back after that water break, after that wicket as well. So Carrier, perfectly pitched delivery, and Gore was pushing at it outside the off stump, turn and bounce, and the keeper Joshua De Silva took the catch. So Carrier has picked up his 4th wicket, and that has brought in Hayden Walsh Jr. and the Red Force who want to put some pressure on the new batsman.
Yeah, but we'll have another hold up here. They're asking for the helmet. Of course, it's mandatory if you're going to field anywhere close to the bat, or if you're a wicket keeper, or at forward short leg or at silly point. But that's rather interesting. I mean, you know, you had a whole water break, Gary, and you knew you were going to bowl to a new batsman. I mean, you know, one wonders if the bowler wasn't aware that he was going to need a forward short leg, or is that an afterthought?
Maybe it was an afterthought. So it's going to be Cephas Cooper who will be underneath the helmet. Cephas Cooper would have been the one that would have dropped Kyle McGough yesterday when he was on 4. So he went on to add another 64 runs to his score. So he has been dismissed, caught the wicket of the bowling of Carrier. So Hayden Walsh Jr. has come to the middle. Are you surprised that he's batting ahead of Captain Cornwall?
Well, seems to be batting ahead of him these days, but that's a bit of a surprise, really. I don't know if they want to have a left-hander out there.
A very poor decision of a shot. First up from Hayden Walsh, looking to sweep the right arm wrist spin. Similar bowler to him as I was looking to sweep. The appeal went up, so you have to be careful.
Not a good choice of shot, first delivery. Going across the line, looking to pull in, sweep into the onside.
Premeditated shot. He's tugging it. You get a single, so maybe he has decided with the ball is going to be spinning in towards him. The only shot that could be played would be a sweep shot. So he decided early that that is what he would do. Fortunately for him, he's still there. 379 for 5. The Leeward Hurricanes. So the wicketkeeper batsman Jamal Hamilton, who's on 19 from 45, has come into strike. So Carrier has picked up another wicket, so he has picked up 4 for 80 from 28.4 overs. And here through the stump microphone, well-bowled creature. Most of these cricketers have their own nickname. You had a nickname during your days of playing cricket, Smith?
No, I've kept the same nickname, if you want to call it that, throughout.
Oh, wide delivery tempted the batsman. That's Jamal Hamilton went after it, missed it. Taken behind by the keeper. That's what I was saying. Flighting outside the off stump a little wider, teasing the batsman. Hamilton took up the challenge, missed it, and taken behind by the keeper.
No need to play that shot. Leeward Islands would have to be careful at this point. They are 5 wickets down, and they're still a long way off. And at the moment, the edge with Trinidad and Tobago in terms of gaining first innings points. So Leewards, they do need another partnership here. But Walsh is not suggesting that he's out there for any extended period. His first couple of shots sweeping across the line. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see if he continues with that approach or if he changes that approach. But in terms of batting ahead of Cornwall, he has done so for the season so far. He has come in ahead of Cornwall. He would have had scores of 21 and 4 against the Academy, and then 31 and 4 not out against Jamaica. And in the trials, I think he would have scored 100.
So Sales goes around the wicket. So Sales is now in his 6th over of the morning. Yesterday he had 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. And he has bowled now 21.1 overs, none for 64. So captain giving Sales a good little spell from this media centre end.
Yes, it's started with Anderson Phillip, of course, who had a bit of a spell. And now she is having a fairly long trundle. But of course, the wickets so far, they have been taken by the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago.
So he's going to go over the wicket to bowl to Hamilton. And we get an easy single. So Sales is in his 6th over of the morning. And he has conceded some 15 or 13 runs in his 6 overs. So has been able to keep things fairly tight. The bowlers generally have been able to keep things tight. The Leewards have not really scored too quickly throughout the game.
Most definitely. And the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, they have bowled far better than the Leeward Island bowlers in general. They have attacked, basically stayed one side of the wicket.
So the left-handed Walsh. So the bowler Sales has decided to go around the wicket to Walsh. And Walsh will want to spend some time in the middle, spend some time with Jamal Hamilton. Red Force will be hoping that they can continue to pick up wickets. So they have picked up 2 wickets already for the morning. The Leewards would have added some 64 runs for the 2 wickets. And they would have bowled some 23.3 overs so far. So the Red Force will be satisfied with where things have gone because they have picked up 2 wickets and the Leewards not scoring quickly.
No, and the Leewards have never really gotten off to a flyer. The Red Force, they have bowled well and they have kept the scoring rate in check. At the moment, they're going at 2.81, the Leeward Islands. So Trinidad and Tobago bowlers responding well and doing a very good job. While I was off here, I was doing a bit of research. Gary, we were speaking about the distance between Trinidad and Tobago. I'll get back to that.
And we get 4 runs, a full delivery. And Walsh just played it through extra cover. Down towards the boundary for 4, to the left of Cephas Cooper at extra cover, and to the right of Anderson Phillip at mid-off, and into the boundary for 4. Full delivery and punished by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Yes, one of the rare gifts we have seen from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers this morning. Perhaps Seals might have been looking for a Yorker and he overpitched. But just back to the distance between Trinidad and Tobago, it's 19 miles, or just about 31 kilometers. And I'll get back to that in a minute.
So delivery on the off stump and goes down into the offside. The over is completed and the Leeward Islands are 385 for 5.
Yes, and it takes 3 to 3.5.
What is it, 19 miles?
19 miles, the shortest distance, based on what I've seen.
No, that's... Take 300 and...
Well, I was getting
hours,
to that.
3 hours
and I understand it takes 3 to 3.5 hours to get there. I don't know. But that is what I'm seeing. That is what the information I saw. 19 miles.
Maybe
I
it's
don't
90.
know. No, 19 miles. I don't know if that's the route they use, if it's 19 miles, right? But the closest points, the closest points between St. Kitts and Nevis is 2 miles. But normally we take the 11-mile route. It's only recently we have gone to the 2-mile route. So probably, from town to town.
210.6 kilometers. How many miles is that?
From which point to which point?
Port of Spain terminal from the...
Well, I'm
That's the route they normally with the boat.
That's
Yeah.
route, but the nearest points 19 miles, 31 kilometers, and I'm not the one who posted that information. But obviously, the route to get there is much longer. The route.
So as Carey comes up from that far end and it's swept around the corner. So Hayden Walsh, since he has come to the middle, he has decided that the best shot to play against Carey will be a sweep shot. He has got another single, 387 for 5.
So Leeward's inching towards 400. That, of course, would be another milestone for them.
So Carey getting a good delivery, pitch just on about the off stump and just spinning away from the right-handed Jamal Hamilton, a bit tentative coming onto the front foot. So Carey has pitched well, has gotten back onto the same line and length that he was bowling yesterday when he created a little bother for the Leewards. He has picked up a wicket already for the morning.
Oh, creature. Oh, you got a little short.
This time is a bit fuller and wider. Hamilton gets it down to long off for a single. So with that single, the total has gone up to 388. And we remind you that the Red Force would have made 529, so they're still 141 runs away. Still some distance. If the Red Force can pick up another wicket, they certainly could pick up the remaining wickets and pick up first innings points here at Warner Park. So this will turn out to be a first inning encounter.
Well, right now there are only two options: either no result or first innings encounter.
So the Leewards will do well to bat until the end of day's play. You have 2 sessions remaining after this. Over is completed. 389 for 5 after some 137 overs.
Some of the batsmen for the Leeward, so they certainly have given it away today. And we go back to Joel Andrew in particular. And there's 389 now. With Hamilton, he has gotten a start. He has gotten a start, and he would be looking to steady. He's in good nick. And this partnership just beginning, just 11 runs between these two. But Leewards, they would have to be very careful at this juncture.
So Carey will continue from that far end. Jamal Hamilton will want to bat until lunch. You have about 34 minutes before lunch. And so Carey over has come to an end. 4 runs coming from it. And so he continues to keep things tight. So with just over and a half an hour to go before lunch, the management will be hoping that these two can take it to until lunch without losing any further wickets.
Yes, certainly these two would have to really dig in and bat and really produce another partnership here for the Leeward Islands. They're still a long way off. They trail by some 140 runs. And we see the bowling being, well, in fact, Pierre being brought in from the media center in replacing Seals. So perhaps we're going to see an all-out spin attack for the first time today.
All right, so you're right, Smitten. The closest point between Trinidad and Tobago, approximately 20 miles, 32 kilometers northeast of Trinidad. So it's
Yes, I was speaking about the nearest point. It doesn't mean that it's the nearest route, because I think Trinidad and Tobago is about 1,864 square miles. So depending on where they start from the capital, it could take them a long time to get to Tobago.
So Pierre has replaced Jaden Seals from the media center end. So Seals would have bowled some 6 overs this morning. Picked up none for 13. And Carrier, who has had a long spell, he's now in his 48th over, 1 for 81. We're going into bowl to Hayden Walsh Jr. Hayden Walsh Jr. is on 8. Hamilton is on 22. I tell you that Joel Andrew made 40. He gave his hand away. And Carey McGraw made 68. He was caught at the wicket. Joel Andrew was stumped off the bowling of Carey Peer. And Carey McGraw was caught at the wicket off the bowling of Caraya. He went when the score was on 378. Andrew went when the score was on 338.
Speaking of Joel Andrew, we cannot forget Carty, who really threw it away yesterday.
So they must be disappointed that the good batting strip here at Warner Park, and you're going to give your hand away.
And Carty needs to get some runs, Gary.
That's what he's being picked for, to make runs. So you need to make runs as a batsman.
Not just for the Leewards, but for his position in the West Indies team.
Well, he certainly would have to start by making runs for the Leewards.
Well, definitely. Well, I said not just for the Leewards, but also for his position in the West Indies team.
So Carey Peer will continue from this immediate centre end. 3 deliveries have been bowling over so far. And Hamilton will get an easy single. So Hamilton would want to stay there and bat long. As I said before, they want to bat until lunch. Red Force will be looking to pick up another wicket. So Red Force, I think, have done well in this first session. Yesterday, the Leewards batted 2 sessions without losing a wicket. The first and second sessions. And now this morning they've been able to pick up 2 wickets. That's the Red Force. Good delivery. And Walsh has pushed it down into the onside. So they would be satisfied. The last session they would have picked up 3 wickets yesterday. They have picked up 2 in the first session. So they are fancying the chances that they can dismiss the Leewards hopefully before tea and get another bat. I'm sure once the Leewards dismiss, the Red Force would bat again. They have already passed the follow-on total anyway. So the over is completed at the end of it. 391 for 5. So after some comments from you, Earl Smitten, we'll hear the voice of Carlisle Public.
Well, the Red Force, of course, they would have they have stuck to their plans, and they have been rewarded. They have been able to pick up wickets. Not, in huge numbers, but at least, they have been able to pry out 1 or 2 batsmen, and they have given themselves a good chance of restricting the Leeward Islands under the 529 runs. Of course, there's another 138 runs required by the Leeward Islands if they are going to get first innings points. Long way off still, 138 runs with 5 wickets down. But the Leeward Islands, they do bat deep. And Joseph has promised a century. And we see a bowling change from the far end. I welcome back Carlisle.
Good morning, Earl. Heard you talking about batting deep. I'll come back to that.
So Charles is the one who's bowling from the far end. He's driven up to long on for a single by Hamilton. And Hamilton has gone on to 25 with that shot.
Take you back many years ago. World Cup number 3. West Indies had a deep batting lineup. You remember?
Yes, I do.
I'll say no more.
And it was the tail-enders who rescued them.
Well, we didn't get rescued from India.
No, certainly not. Oh, poor cricket here over.
Should get 2 bonus runs.
Yeah, certainly. And they all help. We are talking about the Indian series, that World Cup.
India beat the West Indies.
Yes,
The
we're
deep
talking
batting
about
lineup.
that. Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yes. Yes, we did have a deep batting lineup. And
We're only as good as the toe batters at the crease. That is my
correct.
philosophy when
That
it
is
comes to
correct.
cricket. Do not think about who is in the pavilion.
Well, some in the pavilion cannot go again. They're already out. But it's a question of who's left in the pavilion. But you have rightly put it, Carlisle. These two need to produce a partnership here for the Leeward Islands as they're getting runs down towards third run. As this one peeled off the outer portion of Walsh's bat. And in fact, just two to the score, 396 it is for 5. So approaching another landmark, the Leeward Islands. And this one is outside the off stump from Charles. And no shot was offered by the batsman. And Walsh is sweeping and sweeping for 4. He gets it on this time. We have seen him attempting it from the word go, from the time he got to the crease. And this time he connected well and swept it through mid-wicket for 4. All along the ground, of course.
Bringing up the 400 for the Leewards as well.
Yes, another landmark achieved, 400 for 5.
So we have seen some 929 runs scored in the game so far for the loss of 10 wickets.
And we would have
And
lost,
we're in day 4.
therefore, and we would have lost some time.
Exactly.
And like I said earlier on, we are not even halfway in this match, technically, because we have not had 2 innings completed as yet. And we have had some 929 runs.
But you have been told that you should not say that the pitch is not very helpful.
Not just being told, being assaulted. You know, and the assault continues. But
Well, I won't say it.
I think though they have been missing a trick or two though, because if you speak to experienced people around the ground, and I'm talking about people who have played the game and people who know Warner Park, they'll tell you that it boils down to poor management of the resources in terms of the pitches. They have been using this pitch constantly. It was used for the Bangladesh series. They have played local cricket on it. And, you know, they have not really kept the pitch aside to prepare for this encounter. And, you know, I'm speaking, you know, based on knowledgeable people who knows what is going on, who sees what is going on. That is the opinion.
Well, I tell you something. The ladies' tournament will start here in just a couple of days' time. And I hope that the tracks are as good for batting as this one.
Well, that is understandable. The ladies, they are playing 50 over cricket. In the past, we have seen games finishing quite early, even some of the 50 over fixtures. So we are hoping that the ladies would be able to bat a bit longer. And this is one of the problems with female cricket in the West Indies. And, you know, the longer we can get them batting, the better it is for. And here we've seen a reverse sweep by Walsh down to what was initially backward point for a single. So, yes, Carl, I'm hoping that. I know in St. Paul's, Steadway Douglas, who perhaps is the best groundsman in St. Kitts. He's a very good groundsman, but he does not work at Warner Park. He prepares some very good pitches. He probably would be the one at St. Paul's, so you know you'll get a good pitch there. And well, I might get in trouble for saying Steadway Douglas is the best groundsman in St. Kitts.
No, it's your opinion.
It's my opinion, right? And I know in Nevis we do have some good groundsmen too. I understand Jabal does a very good job. Micey, he does a very good job also. But Waltz is still on strike here, 403 for 5. So we should get some good pitches for the female tournament, hopefully. Connery is normally, you know, a good pitch is normally produced at Connery. Played back to the bowler Karai by Walsh, no run. And Karai and Carlisle, that's one of the problems with our females. They need to be able to bat a bit longer.
I think the problem goes deeper than that, Earl. If we're going to produce good players, male and female, you have to have good structures in the primary schools and in the secondary schools.
You know, surprisingly, think they have produced 2 players on the under 19 squad, and there's not even a female tournament here in St. Kitts. Well, I suspect there's none in Nevis either. Leeward Islands they would have put together a female team for this tournament, and there was no tournament, swept and out. The reverse sweep straight into the hands of Slip, and the Walsh is on his way.
And this is what you call brainless cricket. He had pulled out that reverse sweep sometime before. There was an orthodox slip in place, and Hayden Walsh was just playing that reverse sweep straight into the hands of the man there at Slip. Really and truly, this is, you wonder how he's batting ahead of the captain, for example, who is a better batsman. His place in the team must certainly be under the microscope, because he didn't bowl too many overs and bowled poorly, and now has batted so irresponsibly that his place in the team must be under question.
Yes, I would agree with you, Carlisle. And from the word go, in fact, the very first shot that he played, it was an attempted reverse sweep, and there was, in fact, a loud appeal for leg before, and he was given not out that time. Here we see it. It's a ball wide of the half stump, not even on the pads, not even on the stump. So he had to reach for it with that reverse sweep, and really gave it away.
Correa has now picked up 5. His third 5-wicket haul.
Well, not for the season, for sure. Pierre is the one who would have been picking up 5-wicket hauls for Trinidad and Tobago prior to this match. But nevertheless, as I said, brainless cricket. Prior to this match, Karaya would have had 4 for 30. And you have to bear in mind that the Trinidad Tobago only bowled in 1 innings in the 2 previous matches, and then he had 3 for 26. So his first 5-wicket haul for the season. Pierre, on the other hand, would have had 8 for 27, 4 for 17, 2 for 50, and 7 for 40. So he would have had 2 5-wicket hauls for the season so far. And in fact, in one match getting 12 wickets and the other 9 wickets. Just 1 wicket in this match so far. He continues from the far end. The Hamilton is playing to short extra cover. 403 for 6. Leeward still with a long way to go. 126 runs off. 126, making 125 now. As they pick up a single down to long off. 125 runs adrift. That's a lot of runs still, Carlisle.
It is a huge amount of runs.
So Cornwall comes in to strike. And we expect things to slow down even more. Cornwall, well, perhaps not. Perhaps he might be going over the top. But not a batsman who favors the quick singles.
Oh, a ball carry, boy.
But a very capable batsman, though, as he defends his first delivery. Kawhi 31 overs, 3 maidens, 87 runs, 5 wickets.
Change of angle for Pierre.
Yes.
He has gone around the wicket now. And he's making some adjustments to the field as well. He's bringing the fielder from mid-wicket to short extra cover.
Pierre is in his 49th over.
Get it, Gary.
Driven straight back to the bowler. Pierre fields. And he has bowled 13 maidens for 64 runs and has taken 1 wicket.
84.
84, yes. I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I'm looking at the scoreboard without my second set of eyes. 84. Thanks for the correction, Carlisle. So that's quite a bit of bowling so far. Corner draws away, forces up to cover, just a single. Settling early for a single. And we have the completion of the 49th over there by Pierre. And the Leeward's 405 for 6.
But you still have Joseph, who you said convinced you that he will make 100.
Well, not me. He spoke to one of our technicians today.
I thought you were convinced.
The technician, I was just the messenger.
Okay.
The technician said he told him, well, we're going to get a 50 from you today. He said, no, not a 50, 100.
Because I on that ground, I was just about to tell you that one of these days I'll have a nice yacht. I'll be cruising the islands. But that's just on my wish list.
Well, they say you think big.
Mm-hmm.
You reach for the top, and you'll reach near to the top. So there's nothing wrong with him, going out there with the idea that he's going to make 100. But we'll have to wait and see how he applies himself when he gets out there. But Carlisle, I don't think it's too wishful for you to think in terms of having a yacht one day. Who knows? You just might. As this one is played down to long off for a single.
You would have to have a couple of million in the bank.
I see. But certainly, Leeward's, it's a good score, 406 for 6.
Under normal circumstances, it's a good score. Yeah. If they can get that in every first innings, they would do well.
Driven up to cover for a single by Hamilton.
Look.
I think though Leeward Islands lost the plot a bit with their bowling. They gave away too many runs, allowed Trinidad and Tobago to score too freely. No attempt really being made to dry up the runs. And Trinidad and Tobago, they were able to get to 529 for 5s off 125 overs. This one is steered down towards the third man boundary. Could run close. Oh my goodness, just a single. That should have been 2, maybe 2.5. But Cornwall trotted 2 for just a single.
Half a run does not count in cricket.
I know, but that should have been at least 2.
But it's Cornwall. You'll take 1 and be happy.
And be happy. How happy can you be when you're missing out on runs? And the Leeward Islands, they need every run they can get at this point. Still a long way off. And it's 408 for 6. Which means that they need another 121 runs if they're going to get first innings lead. Couple of spectators being shown there in the southern stand. Driven up to cover for single. This time it's Hamilton who gets that run.
But how you say that Cornwall cannot move fast? That was a quick single.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he can't move fast. I just said that he's not going to take any quick signals, but he defied the odds there by going through for a quick single.
My money is on Cornwall.
Perhaps you could say he's conserving energy for a long knock. Just to give him the benefit of the doubt. Turns it nicely down to long on and picks up a single. So the over comes to an end. And it's 4-10 for 6, the Leewards, and that's after 142 overs.
Leeward started this morning, remember, 317 for the loss of 3 wickets. Andrew was on 26 and Go on 41. Andrew ran past the delivery and was out for 40. Go was out, caught at the wicket for 68. And Walsh reverse swept one straight into the hands of the fielder at slip. And he went for 18 scores and 403 for the loss of 6 wickets. So he's now 410 for 6. And we're closing in on lunch in an extended session. We started half an hour early this morning. Pierre has done the bulk of the bowling. He will continue from the far end.
Of course, yesterday we had an extended session in the morning, 98 overs yesterday. Another 98 today as Cornwall steers this down to short third man. Philip quickly to his left prevents a run. But certainly though, some interest generated at this point in the Carlisle, in terms of first innings points. Despite this massive scoreboard, 410 for 6 in reply to 529. He's out. Trying away and looking to force this one into the offside. It peeled off the outside edge and was caught at slips by Brian Charles, and Cornwall makes his way back very quickly. 410 it is now for 7.
Again, another unforced error by the batsman. I mean, drawing away looking for the cut shot. Why not stand up straight and punch it straight back down the ground? That would have been a much easier shot to play. But Cornwall drawing away and succeeded in that peeling off and going straight to the fielder at first slip. Again, another unforced error by the Leewards.
So,
too close to cut.
Too close to cut. And straight to the fieldsman. And he was on his way. So, Joseph goes to the crease. And we'll just have to wait and see Carlisle. He's not thinking 50s, he's thinking 100s. 410 for 7. So Trinidad and Tobago closing in on the Leeward Islands. Just another 3 wickets for them to gain first innings lead. And the odds very much in favor of Trinidad and Tobago at this point.
Leewards have added 93 runs, but they have lost 4 wickets for the day's play.
Yes, and that's not good going by any means, especially on this docile track. 4 wickets for 93 runs. Trinidad and Tobago, they have done very well.
What you can say is that the indiscipline that we showed in the bowling, to some extent, has carried over into the batting.
Most definitely. So Joseph, who has designs on 100 today. Defense starts well, defends well.
He's only 100 away from 100.
Certainly is. Still to get that first run. But he has some ability to bat, Joseph. Of course, this will be his first match for the season.
Put on the line, right?
Defends once more. And Pierce certainly has been at the stumps all day. And being rewarded.
Oh, that boy.
Joseph is pushing up to short mid-off as the over comes to an end. So the end of a successful over there for Pierre, and he would have picked up his second wicket. 2 for 85, and he has delivered some 50 overs. Carrier will continue. And what of the umpiring so far, Carlisle? You have seen today in particular, Jackie Williams making some good decisions, in my opinion. It has been long and hard work for the umpires. They have been out there for quite some time in each innings. Played up to cover there by Hamilton for a single. 4-11 it is now for 7. Hamilton has progressed to 13. And Joseph would need to lend some support to Hamilton. Not too far away from the luncheon interval. I would not want to guess how many minutes left. Of course, the watches that matters are the watches of the umpire. So he gets his first run. This one is pushed nicely into the offside, and Joseph picks up a single. So there's no doubt, Carlisle, that the Trinidad and Tobago would be thinking in terms of batting again today. If they bowl the Leeward Islands out, they certainly would have to bat again. But if Joseph is there for the 100, then that would take us long into the day. So the over comes through. No, it does not. In fact, it seems as though umpire Jackie Williams is having a bit of a word there with Carrier, probably about running on the track. So Hamilton on strike. The question is, how will Hamilton play this one? Looking for a single, the keeper is after it, does not pick up, probably encouraging Hamilton to try that single, and no run added to the score. So Hamilton is on 30 from some 65 deliveries. Has been there for some time. Swinging this one down to fine leg, rather shoveling it down to fine leg. A poorly line delivery just outside the leg stump, and he helped it on its way down to the boundary for 4.
He plays that shot really well. You often see him practicing that. Once it's on that line and he gets some bat on that, it is going to go fine. And he will always get runs, and in most occasions he will get 4.
Yeah, there was no doubt that that one would have traveled for 4. So he brings up a boundary at the end of the over. But Pierre will continue as we approach the luncheon interval. Not too far away from the luncheon interval, Carlisle.
And as we come up to lunch, I'll toss some figures at you.
Oh, gee. Well ball, Gary. Ooh, that ball.
Correa, I think he has sent down 33 overs for 97 runs, 98 runs. He has picked up 5 wickets, 37 overs. Picked up 5 for 97. Pierre, before this, 50 overs for 85 runs. He has picked up 2 wickets. Walsh, 16 overs for 108 runs.
And I guess you'll tell me Durham also. Durham was very expensive. So
Well ball, Gary.
stark contrast there with the figures. And for most parts, these Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, they are going below 3 runs for over. Well, in the case of Pierre,
Oh.
he's going below 2 runs for over, 1 point something. And 33, 98 you said?
Durham's 29 overs cost 124 runs.
124 runs. That's 6 runs for over. And as we look at Pierre, Karai is just below 3 runs for over. If he completes, if he gets out of this over not it, the bowler in fact is Pierre, but he is below 2 runs for over, and Karai is so far below 3 runs for over. So excellent figures there by those two. And not only that, they have picked up wickets.
Correct.
Take down the pad, the
Not
appeal
gonna
goes
be
up.
out.
They're not given there by umpire Carl
No.
Tuckett. In fact, indicated that it would have been missing leg.
Yeah, he's bowling from around the wicket. You have to see whether it pitched in line or not. Probably pitch outside leg.
It's outside leg from what we have seen.
Catch it.
Joseph is back.
And hitting it straight into the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. Going with hard hands, didn't have to do that, could simply have defended it dead. And he has gone, he has given Pierre another wicket. And so the Leewards will go to lunch 8 wickets down for 416. Alzari Joseph going for 1, so he's only 99 short of the 100 he promised you.
I knew you would have rubbed that in, Carla. Well, he didn't promise me that. He would have spoken to a technician, but certainly just on the stroke of lunch. In fact, lunch being taken at this point. And Trinidad and Tobago in a very strong position at this stage with Hamilton 34 not out. The Leeward Islands 416 for 8. And Pierre has picked up his 3rd wicket. He has 3 for 85 from that looks like 51 overs. He would have that would have been the last delivery of that over. So he has 3 for 85, and Karaya 3 for 98 from his 33 overs with 3 maidens. Pierre has bowled some 15 maidens. So Trinidad and Tobago really sensing and smelling a victory in terms of first innings here today. And we'll take a break and we'll have some lunch and we'll be back as soon as play commences.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. 2 men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in Test match cricket, 15 years in Test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kimara has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of Test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously injuries help. Obviously I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well and we were kind of solidified in the team. So we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to like I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like that period is like I really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always said people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're gonna transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm gonna quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah. 7
Figured that
times.
much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know it's one of those.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pads. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about an order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up in the
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. everybody compensates for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see, because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace. And then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session. And we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket. But I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of 4 innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicetown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again.
Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from from young days, she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. He would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. Kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. I call him my hero. And for me, every time I step on the field, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but my dad, he just allowed me to do, aspire my dreams.
You've played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, I know the boys are elated, and we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. It's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group. And he was like, okay, today, whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work. And we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. He tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos, and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, and for me, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire, and it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have, I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park. You're about to see the resumption of play after lunch. We tell you that the Leewards went into lunch and 416 for 8. They lost the wicket in the last over before lunch. That was Alzari Joseph. It was caught off the bowling of Pear. So Pear has picked up some 3 for 85 from 51 overs, 15 maidens. And Karaya has picked up 5 for 98 from 33 overs. So he will be picking up attack from this media center. And good afternoon to you, Carlisle.
It's a great afternoon, Gary. Beautiful sunshine here at Warner Park with a stiff breeze blowing across the ground. And you have to give credit to the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. Despite whatever errors have been made by the Leewards, the Trinidad team, they have shown great tenacity and have bowled very good lines, have been demanding, and they have reaped their rewards.
So Karaya will start from the media center end. The Leewards will be hoping that Jeremiah Louis can stick around with Jamal Hamilton. They have gotten a single, so they have opened the account after lunch, 417. So between the start of play and lunch, Leeward would have scored 99 runs from 33 overs, but they would have lost some 5 wickets. So that first session certainly went to the red force team, Carlisle.
Oh, definitely, especially in a pitch which has not offered much. And when you look at the wickets, Andrew ran past the delivery and was out stumped. Go was caught at the wicket. He got a good delivery. He was caught at the wicket of Karaya. Walsh reverse swept straight into the hands of first slip. Cornwall was out caught off Pear for 4, going leg side trying to make room to cut, and Joseph just hit one tamely to mid wicket. And so 5 wickets, and you can say that Leewards have not helped their cause.
So Karaya, who has picked up 5 wickets, will continue from the media center end, bright sunshine. So Jeremiah Louis, who has some ability with the bats, would want to spend some time in the middle.
But here is a challenge. I've often said to teams when I was in the management, you either want to bat or you'll have to field. Choose which one is easier. You get bowled out, you're going to have to field.
And this is a very good batting strip. Love the shot off the back foot by Jeremiah Louis, and will pick up, should get 3 runs as it was pulled back inside the boundary. Fielder give chase all the way down toward the deep extra cover region. So with that shot, Jeremiah Louis is off the mark with 3.
Yeah, very good commitment showed by the fielder running down to the deep extra cover boundary and pulled it back just inside. But then equally good commitment by the batsmen who ran hard and picked up 3 runs.
So Karaya will continue from this media center end. Still, the Leewards adrift of the first inning total by the red force. They are now 420, so still 109 runs away from the 529 made by the red force when they batted. They face 125 overs, and the Leewards now in over number 146, and still have not been able to get up to the 529 that the red force would have made. So a single to the total takes it on to 421 for 8. So Leewards losing 5 wickets between the start of play and lunch. Play started at 9:30. So the red force were able to bowl 33 overs in the first session today. Yesterday they bowled 37.1. The Leewards then would have scored 109 runs without losing a wicket. So the over has been completed. The first over after lunch, 421 for 8, the Leewards.
And when you reflect on this performance here, and you look at what we have decided is a track, not giving much assistance to the bowlers, then you have to give additional weight to the performance by Karaya and that of Pear, because they've managed to just keep very tight lines and lengths and have reaped the rewards by forcing the batsmen to make mistakes.
So it will be Brian Charles who will be opening attack from the far end after lunch. He has bowled 14 overs and none for 70. And Pierre, who has bowled 51 overs, 15 maidens, and he has picked up 3 for 85. He would have bowled last over before lunch. But Charles has been given the responsibility of coming in from that far end, the Lozak Road end. Good sunshine here at Warner Park. Looking at those spectators in the stands, the far end, Carl, I get the impression the same set of persons who have been here for the last 4 days.
Possibly, and they're enjoying their cricket.
So Charles will go into bowl to Hamilton. Hamilton will be hoping that he can get good support from Jeremiah Louis. Louis is on 3, Hamilton is on 36. Hamilton is an experienced wicketkeeper batsman for the Leewards, and he would want to take the team as close as possible to the 529, so which means that the last 2 wickets for the Leewards will have to score in excess of 108 runs if they're to get close to the 529 made by the Red Force. And Hamilton would have to play a big role in that. He's a set batsman, so he'll want to take most of the strike. And they would want to rotate the strike some more and get some singles as well. Well, he will get one. A delivery spinning into the right-handed batsman, played it around the corner. So he get a single. That's Hamilton. So with that single, he has gone on to 36 or 37. And the total has gone on to 422 for 8 wickets. So they need another 107 runs to equal the 529 and 108 to surpass the 529 for 9 declared the Red Force. So a double century scored by Jason Mohammed, and the captain Joshua De Silva made 152. Leeward's got 2 half century as the ball is swept around the corner down towards the long leg area, and they will get 2 runs. So two more runs to the total. It has gone on to 324. 1 shot has been signaled, so Jeremiah Louis has been guilty of running 1 shot. So the over is completed, and at the end of the over, it is 423 for 8.
So running all 44 yards just to get a single. And he's the one who is guilty. It was signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett down at the non-striker's end. So it means that Jeremiah Louis was guilty of running his own run shot. And he had enough time to make his ground and get back safely. But the umpire, quite observant, calling 1 shot, 423 for 8.
So Karaya, who bowled the over from the media center end, has been replaced by Carrie Pierre. So maybe Karaya might come from the far end. And seeing that Pierre would have bowled the last over before lunch, he's now bowling from the media center end. So he has bowled a long spell in terms of the number of overs, different spells, but in total he has gone in excess of 50 overs. He has picked up 3 wickets. So 3 wickets coming in the first session this morning. And the Red Force will be looking to pick up the remaining 2 wickets as quickly as possible, so the batsman can get back into the middle. And Jeremiah Louis and Jamal Hamilton would want to prevent that. As I said before, Jeremiah Louis has some capabilities with the bat, so he want to spend some time in the middle. Jamal Hamilton has been there for some time. He will hope that Jeremiah Louis will stick around with him. 424 for 8 wickets. Carey Pay is bowling his 52nd over from the media center end. Nice sunny conditions here at Warner Park. Hamilton's driving back to the bowler, out caught. He just came casually forward, probably looking to play it into the onside, the outer portion of the bat, It came off the outer portion of the bat, went back to the bowler over his head, and Carrier took a catch just above his head, and the 9th wicket has gone down for the Leewards. Red Force doing well.
And Pierre has picked up his 4th wicket, so he has the possibility of getting a 5-4. Hamilton just being dismissed for 38, and the Leewards are now 425 for the loss of 9 wickets. And so the batting that we have seen from the Leewards today has been pretty ordinary.
So you look at it on the replay, he just came forward and played it back to Carrier, was over his head, he stuck both hands up and took the catch. So Jamal Hamilton makes his way back, and the Leewards continue to lose wickets on a batting paradise here at Warner Park.
And you would recall, Gary, that the first wicket went down with the score on 220. That was when Louis was out caught by Webster of Caraya. Just a couple of balls after T came out and rather gifted his wicket away. Carty chased a wide delivery and stayed it to slip, so he was out for 15. And then Henry also caught off Caraya for 100, and we closed at 317 for the loss of 3 wickets. Andrew on 26 and Go on 41. And then this morning it has been just a constant parade between the pavilion and the crease. Andrew started the parade by just chasing down the pitch and looking to hit a delivery out of the ground. Missed it completely. And the scorebook will say that he was out-stumped, but it would easier be described as a run-out. He was so far down the pitch.
Yes, it was a poor shot. It was like a schoolboy woof, as you would say, and missed it. It was stumped. So 9 wickets have gone down. Durham has replaced Jamal Hamilton, and he's going to get off the mark. And so a single. The Tiana Webster is on the field. Total has gone on to 426 for 9, still 102 runs away from the 529 made by the Red Force team. So Red Force doing well today, picking up all of 6 wickets for the addition of 109 runs, or 106 runs as a matter of fact. It's onto the front foot. That's Jeremiah Louis. They started the morning on 317. They have now progressed to 426. So 109 runs for 6 wickets. And the Red Force would take that any day on a good batting strip, picking up 6 wickets. So the over has been completed, 426 for 9, a successful over there for the Red Force.
Very, and soft dismissal of Jamal Hamilton. He didn't try to hit that at all, just tapped it back, just high, and the bowler made some very good ground. They just leapt and pulled it in, and Pierre was very happy to get his 4th wicket. Last 3 have gone to him, and the Leewards are now still trailing by 103, and we're very early in the session after lunch.
So Brian Charles will continue from that far end. So Carrier was just given the 1 over from the media center end after lunch. And so Charles will continue. So I wonder if Carrier is on the field. I thought he probably would have gone off the field. Tion Webster is on the field. So Charles will go around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel Durham. There's a slip. There's a backward point, cover extra cover. So the Leewards will want to see how close they can get to the 529, but at this stage it seems highly unlikely that they get past it or even get close to it or closer. So the Leewards, I'm sure at the start of the day, would have been hoping or been looking to get past the 529 runs, because they had more than enough time to do that. They had the entire day. But the Red Force, they would have had other ideas. They bowled well, kept things tight. And the Leewards and some of the batsmen would have given their hands away. The Red Force accepting Even though we saw a few catches went down yesterday, we had 4 stuck to the task. Bowlers bowled well. And Charles bowled a good delivery to Doran, who just pushed it back on the strip on the onside. Total remains on 426. So the Leewards have been scoring less than 3 runs per over. And I'm sure that the batters would have hoped to score quicker, but bowling was tight. And Durham is onto the back foot, just pushed it down into the offside. And the over has been completed. 426 for 9. What do you think is the conversation between Durham and Jeremiah Louis?
Get your highest score. Try to see if you can get your highest first class score.
So they're having a conversation.
The score is big, Gary, at 426. But the batting for the Leewards has been ordinary at best. Too many soft dismissals.
Yes. And if you want to play at the higher level, the highest level, and make runs and be consistent, you can't be giving up your hand so easy.
That is the point.
In the regional competition, because the pressure will be greater at the test level, at the international level. And we have international players giving away hands. Carey Peer has not given away many runs in this inning in the air, down towards the fielder deep at cover. That's Kawaya. He picks up, and one more to the total. It has gone on to 427. Still 102 runs adrift of the 529 made by the Red Force team. Still haven't seen a wicket going to any of the pacers in this game. And we have had 274 overs been bowled. In the air, through extra cover, or just out of the reach of Jaden Sales, and it will go into the boundary for 4. It's coming forward, got it in the air, but fortunately for him, it was just out of the reach of the fielder at extra cover and to the right of mid-off, down towards the boundary for 4.
And the target is now under 100, but that is still a long way away.
So Duran will continue to face up to Pierre, who is over the wicket. So Pierre has picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 93. He's in his 53rd over. And Karaya has bowled 33. So between Karaya and Pierre, they have bowled some 86 overs. And they have picked up 9 wickets between them. So Pierre will continue over the wicket, and Doran is coming forward. Goes off the hands of Pierre. So the Leewards, I'm sure, would be disappointed with what would have transpired so far on day 4. They would have been hoping that the batters would have stayed in the middle. Thought about a single as the ball went down towards the third man area. Joshua James moving across to his right stops it, and the total remains on 431 at the end of the over. Because on yesterday, the first 2 sessions, the Leewards did not lose a wicket. Now, first session, day 4, they ended up losing some 5 wickets, and I'm sure that is not what the captain and management would have hoped for this morning.
That is absolutely correct, but the players, they are the ones who have to produce. And again, you need to see some commitment from Joel Andrew. Somebody must tell him that playing cricket and 4-day and test cricket is not all about hitting sixes.
So Charles will continue from that far end. So a longer format, so you need to put your head down and bat all day if possible. And when you get a good batting strip, you don't want to give away your wicket. And you're getting it fine. It's coming down towards the boundary. Carey Peer will pull it back inside the ropes, and the batsman calls for 2 runs. No signal coming from umpire Tuckett. So total moves on by 2 to 2, 433. So they're 96 runs adrift of the 529 made by the Red Force.
Like bye. Run or bye?
So no signal. The keeper asking if it's runs or buys. No signal coming from the umpire. So it means he came off the bat into the offside down to extra cover. And that's Anderson Phillip at extra cover. Carry Pierce at slip. Charles would continue from that far end.
Well bowled, Charlo.
And the captain saying well bowled shallow. Was back down on the offside. So Trinidad certainly have done well. This is the final day of this third round encounter here at Warner Park. Leeward's coming into this round of matches on top. And Red Force, they will be looking to get the first innings point. They have already picked up 3 batting points and a bowling point as well. And maybe they're hoping that Pierre can pick up the final wicket, and which means that they will get another bowling point. So chance of a overthrow, but recovers quickly by Pierre. So the total remains on 433 for 9 overs completed, and the Red Force looking to dislodge the final wicket for the Leewards.
All 9 wickets going to the spinners. 5 for 103 Carrera and Pierre 4 for 93. And we haven't seen a wicket going to any of the fast bowlers in this game so far. The Hurricanes are still trailing by 96 on first inning. And the score for the Hurricanes are 433 for 9. And that is in response to 329 made by the Red Force. The Leewards have batted for all of 151 overs.
So Carey Pierre will continue from the media center end, and Durham is in behind it. So for the Leewards, the pace bowlers had some 35 overs, and so far the pacers for the Red Force, they have bowled 46 overs and have not been able to pick up a wicket. They have had in total 276. We're in the 277th over of the match. So the spinners have picked up all the wickets that have fallen so far. Durham is coming onto the front foot. So the Leeward's scoring rate throughout the match has been below 3. And that is due to some tight bowling by the Red Force team. Pierre to Durham is in behind it. You have seen 3 balls so far. 3 balls have been bowled. So Pierre will now go around the wicket to the left-handed Durham. Durham is on 5. He has faced some 16 balls. Jeremiah Lewis on 8 from 14. Pierre around the wicket. And just pushed it down to forward short leg. So Trinidad certainly have done well today. It's the final day. And third round match here at Warner Park. Durham, who did not do well with the ball, would want to spend some time in the middle. The over is completed, 433 for 9. And slow going for the Leewards.
Yeah, but with 9 wickets down, these 2, the last pair at the crease, Jeremiah Louis, he loves to bat. And he didn't get a wicket, and so he must be telling himself, listen, I'll stay here for as long as possible and see how many I can get to my name. The Leewards are long distance away from the first innings points here. You would have to say easily advantage Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, certainly they would have had the better of the day's play so far, picking up some 6 wickets. Leeward scoring 116 runs. And the captain giving encouragement to Charles.
I see the pep in your step now, boy. Yes.
So Pierre that slip as Charles comes up.
Oh.
And Jeremiah Louis just prodding it into the onside.
All of a sudden, my chin started hurting me. See that? All of a sudden, my chin started.
433.
None.
So Jeremiah Louis
I
want to spend some time in the middle, but the Leewards have scored slowly for the day. And that is something that batters would be mindful of. You need to be able to work the ball around, pick up singles, not face too many dot balls. Jeremiah Louis coming on front foot, a shout of catch it. And now the captain Silva behind the stumps, encouraging his bowler. And Jeremiah Louis is driving, coming off the hand of the bowler, struck the stumps. But bails remain intact. And Shodoran was in his crease as well.
Jesus.
So we're just in the session after lunch. Just about 25 minutes have gone since lunch. The Red Force have been able to pick up a wicket. They picked up the wicket of Jamal Hamilton, who was bowled and caught of the bowling of Pierre for 38. So with that over has come to an end, 433 for 9. And the final pair for the Leewards continue to battle on.
Another maiden over. And so 1 wicket, the difference between first inning and between Trinidad and Tobago going back to bat, because I'm certain that they will go back to bat and see if the batsmen can get even more runs.
Definitely, still a good batting strip. So Doran will continue to bat. So it has been slow going around the wicket. Balls to Doran is pushing that back down the strip. So with the bowlers, the batters are not making runs, so it seems as though the batters want to bat as long as possible, but you still want to try and get some runs. And Doran is defensively onto the front foot, so it's not even like it is coming down to the end of the day's play and they're looking to draw the game. I think they probably should look and try to get some runs without taking too many risks. Now it's the last pair. Now Doran going to the air, should be out caught. He has taken the risk and played it in the air down towards the fielder on the boundary. That's Tion Webster. Carried pair has taken 5 wickets. The Leewards have been dismissed for 433 in 153.3 overs. Leewards have been dismissed, so Red Force have taken first innings lead here at Warner Park.
And a very easy first innings lead that as well. And so 433, and the Leewards will have to come back to the field and put in a bowling performance. Imagine, first wicket down at 220, and gift of a wicket as well. It signaled the way that the Leewards would go, because they gave up a lot of soft dismissals in this their first innings. So somebody will look back and say 433, that's a fairly decent score. But when you see that the start was 220 for the first wicket, and then going to bed last evening at 317 for 3, and losing 7 wickets this morning very cheaply, you would have to say that the Leewards didn't do themselves justice. But congratulations to Pierre. He has joined Karaya in picking up a fifer. And what you have seen, 2 bowlers picking up 5 wickets here. And let me see, 9 of the batsmen for the Leewards were out caught. The only other form of dismissal was stumped. So 9 of the batsmen out caught, 1 stumped. It doesn't matter whichever way they come. Trinidad and Tobago will take the first innings points, and they have also picked up a bowling point and 3 batting points. And so in a match that is likely to end in a draw, they have done themselves credit so far.
Certainly. So they have taken the first innings points and they've gotten the 3 batting points plus the 2 bowling points. The 2 of the bowlers would have gotten 5 wickets. So that's 5 points plus the 8, so 13 points in the bag. Leewards will only get 4 or 5. They would have gotten 1 batting. I think 1 batting point from our calculation. So we tell you that Leeward's first innings has come to an end. 433 all-out carry pair ending the Leeward's innings. He bowled 54.2 overs and picked up 5 for 93. So we will resume in about 10 minutes or so for the start of the Red Force second innings. Welcome back to Warner Park. We're about to see the start of the second inning from the Red Force team. Tell they would have dismissed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for 433. So it means they have a first innings lead of 96. The players make their way back onto the field of play. A good mornings, a good day's play so far for the Red Force as they welcome back Earl Smitten.
Yes, certainly a very good day's play so far for the Red Force team. They certainly achieved what they would have set out to achieve, and that is by dismissing the Leeward Islands and getting a first innings lead. The Leeward Islands, though, some of the batsmen really gave it away, and after a tremendous start, a double century partner, a double century opening partnership between Louis and Henry, and certainly they would have thrown it away and ended at 433 for 10 in good batting circumstances. And the question now is how would Trinidad approach their batting, and with a lead of some 96 runs. Must commend Carayado and Pierre for picking up 5 wicket hauls, both of them. And Pierre, in fact, is just some 5 wickets away from 100 wickets in regional cricket, in regional first-class cricket. So good going by Pierre. And having picked up 5 wickets in this match so far, it would have taken his season's tally on to some 26 wickets. So very productive so far for Carey Pierre. But the openers are there, and Leewards would have to do some more work in the field.
So it's going to be Vikash Mohan who will be facing the first ball from Azari Joseph. We have 2 slips, the gully, there's a point, there's a cover, and the mid-off. And so we tell you the Leewards dismissed for 433, top score 110 coming from Mikhail Louis, 100 going to Karim Henry, 68 to Karim Agor, 40 going to Joel Andrew, 38 to Jamal Hamilton, and the bowling for the Red Force. 54.3 over 16 maidens of 5 for 93, that's Carey Pierre, and Yannick Karaya 34 over 3 maidens 5 for 103. So those are the bowlers who would have taken wickets, 5 each. The 2 spinners for Red Force. So the first delivery outside the off stump, probably keeping a bit low, dropping in front of Jamal Hamilton as well. So the second innings for the Red Force has started spin.
Yes, and so far a fast bowler is yet to take a wicket in this match. Joseph would be searching for his first.
Joseph had 21 overs, 3 maidens, none for 51 in the first inning. Louis had 14 overs, none for 66. And Jaden Sales bowled 22 overs, 6 maidens, none for 69. As Joseph bowled to Mohan, pushed it down to Jeremiah Louis. And Philip, 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 53. And Joshua James, the medium pacer, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. So none of the medium pacers have been able to be successful on this track here at Warner Park. So this has been a batting paradise. But the spinners have also taken wickets, so the Red Force would have done well to dismiss the Leewards on a batting paradise here at Warner Park. Leewards were not successful in dismissing Red Force in the first inning.
Red Force
keeping low and pushed down into the onside. 529 for 5 declared.
Red Force, though, would have bowled much better than the Leeward Islands. And Karaya, in particular, posed some problems, a bit of a problem. He seemed to be getting a bit more out of the track. And he uses guile and wits to outfox some of the batsmen. And he did create chances In fact, he had probably about 5 catches dropped off his bowling, and he still picked up 5 wickets.
Joseph in his first over of the second is struck on the pad. Loud appeal. He's out. Ball kept low, coming back in towards Mohan. He knew he was struck in front, and the dreaded finger of umpire Carly Tuckett has gone in the air. The Leewards have made an early breakthrough. Alzari Joseph has picked up his first wicket of the match, and the Red Force have lost the wicket without a run on the board.
I'd like to see that again. Struck on the pad. Joseph was confident that he had gotten it. And perhaps you could take another look at that one.
Struck in front. It'll be, if anything, it would be umpire's call, but it was in front. It may a bit high.
That would have hit the inside of leg stump.
Over the top of the wall of the pad, but it was straight, and umpire Tuckett raised the dreaded finger. So Vikash Mohan is out. The first LBW of the match.
First wicket for fast bowler. Right on cue. We were just speaking about fast bowlers not picking up any wickets, and Joseph has struck immediately.
So Django, who made 60 in the first inning, has come to the middle. And Cephas Cooper made 14. Mohan made 22, so he has missed out. Made 22 in the first inning. And now he has been dismissed for a duck on a placid Warner Park pitch on a Saturday afternoon.
Ball seemed to have kept a bit low though. But I don't recall seeing much of Mohammed in the field during the Leeward Islands innings. So whether or not he would be available to bat and where he would bat if needed, that's the question in my mind.
So Joseph will want to continue to pick up wickets and maybe create some excitement in his match. He will go around the wicket to Django outside the off stump, taking behind, out caught. A delivery touchdown just on about the off stump, moving slightly away, edge found, and it's 2-2 for Alzari Joseph. The Red Force, 2 wickets down, no one on the board.
And they are all over the place, the Leeward Islands. Joseph ran all the way towards square leg, followed by his teammates. In fact, he did a tahir there. And catch taken. Wonderful delivery, touching down just on about off. And moving slightly, we're taking the edge. Django going back for golden duck. And Red Force losing 2 wickets without a run on the board.
Well, it took 3 days, 3 days and a session and a few minutes to have some activity on this pitch. The first wicket went down when the delivery came back in towards the right-hander. And this one, Joseph coming around the wicket to the left-handed Django, touchdown just on about the off-stump, probably seaming away slightly. Edge found, taken behind. And so now the new batsman for the Red Force is
Captain Silva.
De Silva. So De Silva has come to the middle. He made 152 in the first when the first batted, and now he has to see off a hat-trick. He would want to prevent Alzari Joseph from getting a hat-trick. He has now placed a fielder down on the back of the square fence. There's a 2-step, there's a gully. So based on that, he probably looking to bowl a short delivery, but I'm sure he'll be setting up the batsman De Silva, maybe looking for a Yorker instead of a short delivery. But we wait and see what will happen. But Alzari Joseph didn't pick up a wicket in the first inning, has now got 2-2 in his first over, and the Red Force rock back somewhat.
Yeah, so they're asking for a helmet, Gary. They're going to place a man under the bat for the silver for the hat-trick delivery. But 2-2 and certainly bowled well in the first inning, so he certainly deserves these 2 wickets.
So
Toiled long and hard in the first innings without luck.
So he has been rewarded in his first over, and you have to be consistent, persistent, and persistent. You're persistent, you will get success. And Alzari Joseph in the very first over has picked up 2 wickets. So Joel Andrew will go underneath the helmet, maybe at forward short leg. And so there's a long leg, there's a fielder down the back of the square fence. So all of a sudden, some excitement in this game. 2 wickets going down in the first over of the second inning. And the Leewards might be thinking to themselves, if they had scored quickly and would have gotten first innings points and get early wickets in the second innings, could have been a different game. And Joshua De Silva just pushed it down into the onside to avert the hat-trick delivery. So very good over. As a matter of fact, 2 wickets coming in that over, and the Red Force, they are 2 wickets down for no run, a maiden 2-wicket over.
I think the Leewards will be thinking a little further back than when they batted. They will be thinking as far back as when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batted in the first innings. And they will be thinking that their bowling left a lot to be desired. And this allowed the Red Force to get way ahead of them and allowing them to get to 529 for 5 in quick time. And had the bowling been a lot better, a lot tighter, it could have been a different story at this point.
So Jeremiah Louis, who in the first innings had 14 overs, 2 spells. His first spell was 9 overs, none for 45. And then he had ended up with 14 overs at none for 66. He'll be bowling to Cephas Cooper, who was at the non-striker looking on while the wickets were falling at the other end. So Mohan was LBW for a duck, and the very next delivery, Django was caught at the wicket, and delivery which is seemingly outside the off stump, dropping in front of Jamal Hamilton, went through him, and the Red Force would open their account with a bye. So 2 wickets down for 1 run.
Yes, a bit of a loose this day in the slips by the Leeward Islands. Louis Dow would be looking to roll a lot better in this innings, and must be encouraged by the start by Joseph. First innings, Louis would have started from the media center end and Joseph from the far end. Roles are reversed here.
So delivery. So those 2 deliveries on the off stump have a little bit of away movement to the right hander. So maybe Jeremiah Louis, once you probably want to get a little closer to the right hander, and the 2 slips are waiting. So the Red Force there, 2 wickets down for 1 run. In effect, they are 97 for 2. They would have gotten a 96 run lead on first inning. Bowls to Captain De Silva. So De Silva would have made 152 in the first innings. This is the last day, second session of the last day. The Leewards will be hoping that they can continue to pick up wickets. And Jeremiah Louis, who didn't get a wicket in the first inning, will continue from that far end, the Lozak Road end. And he's getting a good delivery. Coming onto the front foot, came off the outer portion of the bat. A bit of a way movement as well. So bang on target with that delivery, Smitten.
Yes, he certainly has started a lot better in this inning so far. And he himself would be looking to do much better. He has not had a very good season with the ball so far. I think he would have just picked up some 3 wickets in this is 3rd match.
Getting the delivery, coming back in towards the Silver. He stood up straight and just pushed it down to Casey Carty at mid-on. So a good start to the Leewards in the Red Force second inning. They picked up 2 wickets in the first inning. First over, Alzari Joseph, Vikash Mohan for a duck, and Django, first ball caught at the wicket. So it was 2-2. And the captain Joshua De Silva averted the hat-trick ball from Alzari Joseph.
Louis, in fact, has had 4 wickets for the season. He had 3 for 44 against Jamaica, and 1 for 40 against the Academy.
So the Silver wicket a single from a delivery which just pushed into the offside. Went down to the mid-off area. The over is completed, so at the end of it, it is 2 for 2 Red Force in the second inning.
Yes, 2 for 2. And Joseph creating a bit of excitement here for the few spectators on hand, picking up 2 wickets in his first over. And he's back. You know, he toiled long and hard in the first innings without a wicket, and has come back in the very first over of this innings and picking up 2. It just shows you what this game of cricket is all about. I mean, so many times you've seen bowlers bowl badly and they get a 5-wicket haul, and some bowlers put in some very good spells and come up with nothing. But
So Zari will continue. So the field and backward square has been brought into mid wicket. Wide delivery will go down towards the boundary for 4 byes. Should be signaled now by umpire Tuckett. So wide delivery, and the keeper Jamal Hamilton couldn't get to it, and he went past him and into the boundary for 4.
a little bit unfair there to Hamilton. That would go against his name, whereas it was a wide delivery and perhaps should have been going against the name of the bowler for bowling a delivery so far down the onside.
He would want to get back on the off-stump line, and at the start of the over he brought the fielder in from the deep back of the square boundary, but with that delivery he tried to dig it in short, but he went down the onside, and he will go into bowl to the captain of the Red Force team. A good delivery, pushed it down on the onside, so the Leewards have been able to pick up 2 wickets. Zari Joseph, who toiled in the first inning, didn't pick up a wicket, and in his first over of the Red Force second inning he has been able to pick up 2 wickets. So we're in the second session of the final day's play. 54 overs remaining in the day's play at the start of the Red Force second inning, and depends on what happens between now and 4 o'clock. The game could be called off within the last hour, as Joseph bowls to the silver, goes down into the offside. So depending on how things goes between now and 4 o'clock, Smitten, we could very well see his captains agreeing to call the game off in the last hour.
Yes, we probably might see that happening, despite the fact that the Red Force have lost 2 wickets. They still have the cushion of some 96 runs ahead on first innings, which means effectively they are 102 for 2.
So Joseph will continue, going to bowl to the silver, punching into the offside, 4 runs. Lovely shot. A ball pitched up and he came forward and drove it sweetly to the right of Casey Carty at mid-off and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a well-timed shot there by the silver, and he has been middling it since he came to the crease, and he looks good. Still a very good track to bat on, and he came ahead of Mohammed, who has been off the field for some time. We don't know the extent of his physical condition and whether or not he's available to bat, but not much time left in this game, so the captain came out ahead of Mohammed. He's in form. He scored 152 in the first innings.
Joseph back on the off stump, and he just pushed it down into the offside, so the silver would want to prevent the Leewards from picking up any further wicket. So Alzari is in his second over. He's picked up 2 for 4. 1 delivery remaining in the third over of the Red Force second inning. In the first inning they would have lost the first wicket on 27. So the fielder has gone back down on the back of the square fence. That's Jeremiah Louis, or Mikhail Louis, sorry. Jeremiah is at a straightish mid wicket, or short mid-on position, as Alzari Joseph right up in the block hole and plays it into the onside. We go down towards the boundary for 4 runs. So the Silver was up to the trick. Short, the fielder was placed down at backward square, but he went up to the bat, and the Silver played it through mid wicket down towards the boundary for 4 to bring up the end of the over, and the total has gone on to 14 for 2.
Yes, adjustment in the field for the last delivery of the over, placing Mikhail Louis down at the deep backward square. Perhaps trying to put in the mind of the batsman that he was going to dig one in, but he carried it up to the bat, and the Silver was up to the task, and he played it away all along the ground for 4 through the onside. So not being fooled by those tactics there by Joseph.
All right, so as Jeremiah Louis will come in from the far end, the Red Force there 14 for 2. They have 2 wickets, 2 slips, and the gully. Durham is the fielder in the gully. And Karim go at backward point. Delivery outside the off stump, a shout of ball down by the keeper. And the ball came back from outside the off stump and probably passed close to the off stump. Maybe have a look and see if it really did pass that close to the off stump.
Like it might have passed over also, but we'll have to have a second look.
See for Cooper. So Louis just outside the off, close to the off stump, or just outside. As Sivas Cooper would want to ensure that he covers the off stump. And he's playing to the offside, so Jeremiah Louis will just want to keep that good line and length on the off stump. Do not give the batsman any width. And you don't want the ball to full for him to drive it on the ground, so that's a good line and good length. And coming back in towards Cephas Cooper. Cooper is still not yet off the mark. So you see Mohammed going up the steps, walking a little gingerly. So that means it seems as though he might be carrying something, as Jeremiah Louis bowled to Cephas Cooper. He has spent a lot of time in the middle, in excess of 300 minutes in all of the innings he would have played so far. So to test his fitness, and at the age of 38, I'm sure that will be extra pressure on his muscles. So Jeremiah Louis will continue from that far end at the end of this over. Carlisle Powell will replace me. 14 for 2. The Red Force with a lead of 96 on first innings. Jeremiah Louis will come in from that far end. Short, and he's swinging in the air. And he's dropping in front of the fielder Casey Carty down at long leg. And the hands of the fielders and the bowler going in the air in anticipation of a catch. He was short, but he dropped in front of Casey Carty, coming across down at long leg, and he did well to keep it in front of him. But they have gotten a single, 15 for 2. In over number 4 in the Red Force second inning. 2 batsmen have been dismissed for duck. Vikash Mohan and Django. Django made 16 the first inning. Mohan made 22. And delivery is punching to the onside. Will get at least 2 runs. As the fielder from mid-on has some running to do. That's Kadeem Henry. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 17 for 2. The Red Force in the second innings. And the Cephas Cooper is on 1. Joshua De Silva is on 11 from 13. He is scoring quickly. As Jeremiah Louis with his final delivery of his second over. And Silva just pushed it down to the offside to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, you're listening to regional cricket from Warner Park. final day, second innings of the Red Force team. They are 17 for 2. After some more comments from you, Earl, we hear the voice of Carlisle Powell.
Well, we do have Cooper at the crease. He has had a good season so far. He's would have scored 117 against the Windward Islands, and against the CCC, the combined campuses and colleges, he would have scored 80. He got some 14 runs in the first innings here, and looking to get a score second time around as the opportunity has presented itself. But it's 17 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago, and we must always bear in mind that they have a lead of some 96 runs, which means that they are 113 for 2 effectively as Joseph makes his way in. And it's a shortish and played into the onside by Cooper. No run, so we have 2 slips. There's a gully in place, there's a point, extra cover mid-off, and on the onside there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg back on the boundary. So Carlisle, a bit of excitement at the start of the Red Force innings. 2 wickets going down in the first over.
And more importantly, 2 wickets to the fast bowler, meaning that bonus points are there.
Joseph bowls a good one outside the off stump, but well judged and well played there by Cooper. Allows it through to the keeper, Hamilton. And as you would have been saying earlier on, Carlisle, Hamilton always has some words, whether it's to his teammates, the batsman, he's always talking.
Mm-hmm.
And real lively character.
Talk to everybody. Talk to himself. He talks to the umpires. He talks to the opponents. He talks to everybody.
Always in the game, of course. And certainly he would be. He's the wicket keeper out there. Joseph once more. Nicely driven into the offside out towards the cover boundary by Cooper. That's a pleasant shot. Well timed. Crosses the boundary line now. 4 runs. That's a wonderful shot.
Very well played. It was to the pitch of the delivery and played it elegantly down to the boundary and picked up 4.
So Cooper, who would have had 2 good scores so far in this season, Carlisle, 117 against the Windwards and 80 against the combined colleges, campuses and colleges. Just 14 in the first innings here. And he would have felt that he had missed out batting the first time here, and he would be looking to fill his boots. So far, he has, in fact, he's just done some 5 runs. But certainly that was a pleasant shot indeed by Cooper. So Joseph being driven through the offside for 4 will try once more. Cooper defense. Ball goes into the offside. Umpire Carly Tuckett signals 2 deliveries, 2 legal deliveries left in the over. Silver is on 11, 21 for 2. We're in over number 5. And Carlisle once again, Trinidad and Tobago being able to maintain a scoring rate of over 4 runs per over. They're going at 4.5 right now. This, of course, is just the start of the innings. But this is something they maintained in the first innings. Joseph. Oh, that's a short lifting one, and the batsman had to hurriedly get on it. And through it went to the keeper. And Hamilton, after taking it, walks over to Cornwall, has some words. And, of course, he's in charge of that conversation there. Cornwall is not one of those who has much to say. But Hamilton more than willing to engage in conversation. As I say, he talks to everyone. And we see now for this delivery, Louis going onto the backward square boundary. And there's also a long leg in place. So retreating to backward square. As Joseph would make his way into Cooper. He's going to go for the York or he's going to bounce. Just back of a length. And play it into the onside. The over comes to an end. And it's 21 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago.
I think the difference in the two innings when Leeward's bowl, you can see that they're bowling at a much fuller length this time around. And that is perhaps what brought about the dismissals of the 2 wickets there for Trinidad and Tobago. Mohan, who was LBW, and Django, who first ball guided one to the keeper behind. And so there were 2 wickets down, 2 to the fast bowlers, because they were bowling a much fuller length, much more accurate.
So the silver will receive from Jeremiah Louis, who himself has looked much better in this inning so far. And perhaps runs have come because the bowlers are looking to take wickets. So they are being aggressive. They are looking to attack the batsman. But as I said, the length is much better. Pushed into the offside. And Mikhail is fielding and there's no run.
You notice, Smitten, that Mohammed spent some time off the field when they leave towards the end of the Leeward's inning, and he has not come out to bat in his normal position.
Yes, you would have mentioned that earlier. As a matter of fact, he would have spent quite some time off the field for most parts of the Leeward Island innings. He would have been off the field. Swan
Too
is
short.
played into the onside. It's a good shot, and it's 4.
Way too short. He has reverted to that first inning length. He does not have the pace to be bowling that short. So it's too short, pulled away into the vacant mid-wicket position for 4 runs. And Louis is going to have to adjust his length or pay the penalty.
Well, there are more than one penalties that he could pay. He could be taken out of the attack, as well as he could be punished by the batsman. Now he's making some adjustment to his mid-on, asking him to go a bit wider. And comes in once more. Short, pulled away. In fact, it seemed to have struck the hand of a young Joel Andrew Deere and run away for 4.
This is not good bowling. Again, short. It just sat up and said, hit me. And it certainly was hit with fearsome power there by the Silver and picking up another boundary. This is not going to help Mikhail and Jeremiah Louis, nor is it going to help the team. He's bowling far too short.
So asked young Joel Andrew to take a few paces back, a couple steps back. But short certainly is not the answer on this track.
No.
Much better there. And Silva has to defend. Is there a lively cricketer than Hamilton in the region?
I'd like to meet him.
He's always doing something, always moving around. Even sometimes you might see him flicking the ball back towards the stumps, not looking, the no-look flick. And always in the game, always trying something. As Louis comes in once more.
No.
This one is played up to point.
Still too short.
Just a yard or 2, or even a half yard to the right of that fieldsman, and it could have easily been another boundary. So Louis, just 4 wickets this season so far. Not having a very good season up to this point. We'll be looking to improve. This one is pushed up to mid-off. Much better length. And the Silva has to defend.
And much fuller as well.
So the over comes to an end. It's 29 for 2.
See how cricket is such an unforgiving game. In the first inning, Django was going very well and gave away his hand. And the second inning, a one-baller.
Yes, a one-baller, and he got a good one this time. And a good length. And we cannot say this time that he gave it away. And he added nothing. In fact, made a golden duck. But Joseph will continue. Slip still in place. There are 2 of them. There's a gully. Point slightly backward. Short cover. Wideish mid-off. Short cover almost could be described as a short extra cover. Driven to Andrew, who is in that position I just described. No run. It's a mid-on, rather wide, and a straightish mid-wicket in place. There's also a long leg in place. Thankfully for the Leewards, though, the conditions out there are very pleasant. Nice breeze blowing across the field. It's sunny afternoon. And I suspect it's not too hot out there, Carlisle, so not bad conditions in which to be in the field. Joseph, as this one is turned into the onside by Cooper. They're thinking of a second run as Henry is fumbling out there in the end, decided against it. And the score goes on to 30 for 2.
A wee bit, John. Yeah, that's middle. Coming around to you.
So, center stump guard taken there by the Silva. The bowler opting to go around.
Come. Jim, 1 step.
And we see second slip going a bit wider. Going closer to gully. You could almost describe that as a third slip position. Gully almost in a fourth slip position.
Yeah, Joseph has gone around the wicket and was very meticulous in setting his field.
Pulls one down the onside. And stake behind by Hamilton. So, you know, it could be so ironic. Bowler meticulously placing his field and then going down the leg side with the first delivery. Now we see leg slip being put in place. So it's Joseph on his way. On the leg stump, flicked away 4 runs.
Freebie. Bad line. I see absolutely no need for the leg slip. You've gone for 6, in fact. See absolutely no need for the leg slip, which meant that he was going to be bowling a leg stump line. And he had just set his field offside. He moved the fielder from second slip to third slip, had Daniel Doran go a little bit closer at gully, and then bowled 2 deliveries down the leg side. It's the second of which was punished for 6 runs.
Yes,
the first one he got away with, he had put in that leg slip. The second one went all the way for 6. He has still kept the leg slip. So let's see if he's going to continue with this type of bowling.
Well,
but that's a freebie. That's a free hit.
I fully agree with you, because I thought that he would have been trying to angle it across the batsman when he first changed the field. But instead he has done the reverse. This one is an off stump, driven powerfully through the vacant long off position. Mid off is a bit wide, 4 runs.
Yeah, this is bad bowling by Elzari Joseph. You know, sometimes you can overthink the game. And times like these, he just has to go with what's working. This simple method. How did he get his first 2 wickets? First one, online, LBW. Second one, just outside the off stump, took the edge, caught at the wicket. And then he has now given up 10 runs in 2 balls because he's changed to a leg stump line.
Joseph, once more. So he's outside the off stump, stayed up to point, no run. Heard a commentator in the match the other evening saying that a bowler had outsmarted himself.
Sometimes as a captain, you have to tell the bowler, hey, listen, I'm not giving you that. I want you to bowl this particular line, and this is what I want you to do. So he changed to a leg stump line after setting a proper offside field and got punished for 10 runs in 2 balls.
I mean, you know, quite baffling, Carlisle. You know, we would have thought that he would have strayed a bit when he bowled that first delivery down the leg side, and we would have thought that he would have been thinking in terms of angling it across the batsman and looking to get an outside edge to one of those fielders that he had placed there. But instead he opted to, after bowling a bad delivery, he opted to go for that leg slip and was punished going on the pads. So not good cricket at all by Joseph. And the captain, of course, because as you rightly said, as a captain, you have the right to tell a bowler, well, look, this is our plan of attack. Let us stick to it. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot, as they would say, you cannot eat your cake and have it.
Joshua De Silva has rushed on to 29, 5 fours and a 6. Change of bowling.
And Walsh is in the attack. And immediately they're getting runs. They're getting 2. A bit too short there from Walsh. Walsh would want to have a much better spell here. He has been brought into the attack early. First spinner we've seen in this innings came on rather late. That's not a bad delivery. The googly.
He pulled it down short.
Seemed to have bounced a bit, the Carlisle. Seemed to have gotten a bit of bounce on that one. Comes in once more.
Look here.
This one is driven.
Well done, Danny.
The widest mid on, can't score. So Walsh, it took a long time in the first innings to bring him into the attack, and he has come in quite early today.
Oh!
They started fairly well, though. Perhaps more comfortable with a new ball.
As long as you started your win business, Walshy.
Walsh. Too short and punched into the offside. Cooper picks up a single. Short. He seems to be getting a bit of a bounce to Carlisle. A bit more than he would have gotten in the first innings.
Yeah, but he's bowling so short that that bounce is not going to worry the batsman at all.
So, third man being asked to retreat a bit. Too short again and swung away. And the end result, 4 runs.
And what you saw in the over were 4 short deliveries. He was fortunate to get away with the other 3, but this one was an easy put away for 4 runs. Walsh continues to bowl the way he bowled in the first inning, and he's not distinguishing himself at all. First over went for 7 runs.
Well, I think his first over in the first innings went for 13 or 16 runs, but it was in the teens. So we can say that's an improvement on the first innings, but still too short. Joseph will continue. And let's see.
Over.
There's Dispense with the leg slip, at least for Cooper. They adjusted 2 slips in place now.
And he has gone back over the wicket. And the slip has gone back to second slip.
So more orthodox. Oh, he's pulling away and being struck on the right shoulder. Ball angled into him. And taking a good blow there on the right shoulder by a good delivery from Joseph. Ball which followed the batsman.
It was banged in short. He took his eyes off it. He didn't make as much height as he thought that it would have made. And he got a painful blow on the right shoulder.
So play would be held up momentarily. As Cooper will get some attention, but just to tell listeners that the score at the moment 47 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago team batting a second time. They would have taken first innings lead in this match.
Having drinks?
Yes, in fact, they're calling for drinks, so we should probably take a drinks break ourselves. So we're back with play. And Cooper is ready to go again after being struck on the shoulder by Joseph. 47 for 2. And of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team leading by 143 runs. Not too certain if we might see a declaration today. Red Force, of course, for the first time this season, batting a second time. they would have won their first 2 matches just batting once. Joseph, driven nicely for 4. Going out towards the boundary and goes across the line. Gets the head of the fieldsman who was giving it a good chase. And that's Henry. And it always looked like a losing battle there for the fieldsman.
Too full, right in the slot. All he had to do was come forward and get to the pitch of the ball and drive it past the fielder there at extra cover and picked up 4 runs. An interesting game down in Guyana. They lost a lot of time in that game as well. And in that game, the Guyana team made 253. The West Indies Academy, 213 for the loss of 6 wickets. They're still in the first inning of this 4-day game. They lost a lot of time there. So 213 for the loss of 6, and the Academy are looking to take first inning point there.
And if you could just repeat the Guyana's first inning score.
253 all out.
So Academy in a fairly good position there. But Joseph to Cooper. Cooper works it into the onside, just back out of square. Back for the second run. And good running by these 2. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen, they're looking to score. They're looking to get as many runs as possible. One wonders if they're thinking in terms of setting a target this afternoon. But on this docile track, I suspect that they would think twice about doing such. See Cornwall warming up at slips. This one is pushed into the onside. And Kai Lewis quickly across the field and no run. So 2 slips, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward square, long leg back on the boundary. Joseph with 2 wickets under his belt, he's in his 5th over, 2 for 29. Was a delivery just back of a length and defended by Cooper. Up to Casey Carty at mid-off. No run, 50 coming up for the Red Force team, and 50 coming up in the 9th over. Hardly a cloud around at the moment. Pulled away, and it goes for 4 backward of square. So poor delivery there from Joseph and being dealt with by Cooper. Swung backward of square down to the boundary for 4.
And so he has given up a boundary from the last delivery of his last 2 overs. And you want to have your cricketers think better, play smarter cricket. I mean, to continue to bowl short leg side on this pitch with most of the fielders on the offside is just inviting trouble. And of course, Azari should be thinking about his bowling figures, should be thinking that, hey, listen, I didn't get many wickets in the first inning. Let me see if I can hold it tight and continue to seek for wickets in the second inning. And so the score has moved on to 57 for 2. And continuing from the far end will be Hayden Walsh Jr. And he will be coming. And yes, Gary Pemberton has slipped in alongside me. And today has been, in terms of the weather, the best of the days. No interruptions for the day so far. On day 1, we had smoke interruption. Here is Walsh, a delivery which is pitch outside the leg stump. And And Da Silva is trying to work it away into the onside. It rolls away for Jamal Hamilton to collect. So Gary, a very high scoring game here in St. Kitts.
Yes, on a very good batting strip.
Da Silva is cashing in for the second time around. He has picked up his 34th run with a delivery which was driven down to wide mid-on. And
they continue to score quickly, 6.21 runs per over.
Well, they have been given the opportunities by the bowlers. Quite different to when Trinidad and Tobago bowled. Leeward's women should be flying in today to start their final preparations in Nevis. And I'm looking forward to the Leeward's tournament this year. Played away into the offside. There's a sweeper coming off the boundary. So he'll have a single. Does Cooper. And the score moves on to 59 for 2. Good afternoon to Leon Kuma, Rodney and Antigua, Zorel Bartley and Springer, and all the guys who are up there and listening.
Oh yeah. Icky Bucket Jr.
Walsh to bowl to Da Silva. He's back and just punching this one to the fielder coming off the long on boundary for a single. So Walsh looking to redeem himself. His bowled is over very quickly, and at the end of it, it's 60 for the loss of 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago batting a second time.
Yeah, I think that Walsh needs to relax. I think he's kind of rushing it too much. He needs to relax and try and allow the ball to flow out of his hands. I think he seems a bit tense to me. He needs to just relax, just as Yannick Carrier did when he was bowling. I think Walsh needs to just try and settle. I think he's rushing it a bit too much.
He has been around for a while, and I'm sure that as smart cricketers do, he might have gone back and looked at the game from yesterday, had a chat with the scorers, find out what he did wrong, and made the adjustments. That's the makings of a good cricketer, when you can make the adjustments and move forward. Daniel Doran is picking up the attack from the pavilion end, relieving Alzari Joseph. And we'll be bowling between the umpire and the stumps. Starts with a full toss. And this one is a gift to Da Silva, who takes it gleefully and plays it down backward of square for 4 runs. So a loose delivery by Daniel Doran. And you keep thinking, Gary, these are professional cricketers. I mean, he's out there in the field. Something must be telling him, you will be called upon at some point to bowl. So you have to get yourself ready. And to start with a rank full toss is really saying to Da Silva, take some runs. Better delivery, worked into the onside. So Da Silva is on 39. Remember, he made 152 in the first inning. So he's really cashing in here. He's going back, gets a short delivery, plays it away into the offside. And it's well knocked down there. That looks like Andrew at extra cover, and they won't score. Single, as this one is driven down to long off. And so Da Silva will move to 40. And he must be telling himself that he has to cash in here. Smitten was talking about a declaration. Don't know if he was talking about declaring war. I mean, a pitch as easy as this. And the captain is on 40. And we're still in the middle session. He must be fancying himself getting close to 100. End of the over, 65 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago, but in the second time.
And he's scoring quickly as well. He's scoring in excess of a run per ball. Yes, I think there's 33 balls for his 40. And the Red Force continue to score quickly. So apart from the excitement in the first over where we saw 2 wickets fell, it's a back to normal program in simple, easy strip here at Warner Park.
Yes, the Leewards responding to 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Started with a huge opening stand, and that put them past 200. And then the Leeward started losing wickets. 220 when the first wicket fell. And I've been looking as Walsh bowls the delivery, which is leg side, played into the leg side. There's a fielder charging off the backward square boundary. They'll only have a single. Richie Richardson and Livingston Lawrence added 290 way back in 1984 against Trinidad and Tobago in Antigua. And this appears to be the second biggest opening stand by the Leewards. Here is Walsh, rather pulls it down, stroked out to the fielder coming off the cover boundary, and they'll have a second. And then I found, as per the information provided by my good friend coach Vernon Springer, 2 stands of 152 between Munson Hodge and Kyron Powell. Single again, as the fielder has to come off the boundary. They're running very fast, but they'll only get a single. And the score will move on to 68 for the loss of 2. The Silva is on 42. Cooper is on 21.
So Cooper, who missed out in the first inning, he made 14. He would want to cash in and make some runs, come not out, because this game certainly we had to a draw.
Again, pull down a bit short and play down to backward point for no runs.
Yes, Johnny. Yes, Johnny. Kick out, Johnny.
So the difference between Walsh and Correa, Correa was able to pitch a good line and length just on about the off stump, but Walsh has been strained.
Shot again, cut away, 4 more runs to, this time it's to Cooper, and the score will move on to 78 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Walsh continues to leak runs.
Short and wide outside the off stump, and he paid the penalty, 4 runs, and the Red Force continue to score quickly. If this was on maybe the last session of day 3, we probably could have said that the Red Force would be looking to score quickly and insert the Leewards, but this is the second session of the final day, and this game obviously will end in a draw based on what we have seen in terms of the pitch and the bowling of Leewards. The Leewards bowling have not been tight. Daniel Durham. So Walsh 3 overs, of course, some 17 runs. The first over from Durham, of course, 5. So the Red Force has a lead of 168.
Taking on the full, play down to mid-wicket. They'll have a couple of runs, and that will take the Silver on to 44.
So the count is scoring at 6 runs per over, and the Leewards throughout the inning would have been scoring at less than 3 runs per over.
The Silva is driving this delivery down to long off, and he will move on to 45, and he must be telling himself this is as easy as shelling peas. Cooper is coming forward, plays it away into the offside. Trinidad and Tobago are leading by 172.
So what Dora need to do is to try and keep things tight. Don't give up too many easy singles. We saw when Pierre was bowling, he kept things tight, straight on the stump, just on about the off stump, and allowed the batsman to make a mistake. And that is what Leeward needs to do, but they have not been able to do it so far.
Bit of a false shot there by De Silva. Just his hands just going too far out in front of his body, but it went away into the onside safely. End of the over, 76 for the loss of 2 wickets, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so the Leeward's toiling, trying to get another wicket. They would have gotten 2 in the first over bowled by Alzari Joseph. Since then, you've seen the captain De Silva has come into the middle and he has stamped his authority. He has been batting well. He has been timing the ball excellently. He's on 45 from 39 deliveries. And Cephas Cooper, who stayed a long time before we get off the mark, is on 26 from 34. Hayden Walsh will continue from the far end. You have not seen the introduction of the captain, Cornwall, as yet.
Ball in, Johnny.
So Walsh will want to settle. Try and pitch on a good line and a good length. So the spinners have taken the bulk of the wickets. But Alzari Joseph in the second innings has picked up 2.
Shot, played away into the offside, brings the sweeper off the boundary, down at backward point, and they'll have a single. And so Cooper moves on to 27, and Joshua De Silva, who is on 45, comes up to take strike. It's 77 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago in their second inning. Walsh is getting a delivery which is leg side, and it's played down to backward square by De Silva, who moves up to 46. 78 for the loss of 2. Walsh has asked the mid-wicket to go to just forward of square. And he's bowling from around the wicket. Pulls it down short again. And he's played away into the offside for a single. I think I see what you're saying, Gary. He's just rushing the delivery. So he has been around for a long time, and he has a lot of experience out there in the field with him. Driven down to long on, and another easy single. So we've seen 4 singles in the over, and again he's trying this stunt of starting his run up directly behind the umpire. But tell you what, he cannot bowl from behind there, so at some point he'll have to emerge. And he bowls to Cooper, who is driving in the air and just dropping in front of the fielder down at mid-on. So that's a slight possibility of a chance, and that's not taken. That's the difference between a half chance and getting the wicket. So it just dropped in front of the fielder down there at mid-on.
Yeah.
End of the over, and it's 80 for the loss of 2.
I look at Carty at times in the field. Sometimes he seems a bit too lackadaisical. I think he moved a little bit too late. Yes, it dropped in front of him, but I think if he was a little bit more alert, he probably could have gotten closer to it. But that was a better delivery. It was floated up just on about the off stump. and the batsman went into the drive and almost gave his hand away.
Short delivery again. Played down to the vacant mid-wicket position. This is poor bowling by Daniel Doran. And it allows De Silva to get a half century. So he has now gone over 200 runs in the game. And so that short delivery just sat up and said, hit me. And De Silva is in good form. And played it down to mid-wicket to pick up 4. So he has gone past 50 in this second inning. 51 not out by Trinidad and Tobago, 84 for 2. Driving nicely down to mid-off, and he'll get a single. So the bowlers have not been able to stem the flow of runs, and they have been searching for their proper lengths and not finding it. This pitch is unforgiving. Here is a delivery which is better, and batsman is standing up, pushing it back down the track. Doran feels to his own bowling. So Doran again from around the wicket, and this delivery is bringing the batsman forward, plays it down to the straightish mid-wicket. Alzari Joseph does a good bit of football work, and they won't score. So Doran in his third over and has gone for 14. Here is a delivery which is outside the off stump, punched down to the fielder there at point. They won't get a single. End of the over then, it's 85 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Easy going for the Red Force team after they would have lost 2 wickets in the first over, and Joshua De Silva looks very, very composed and relaxed. Nothing to bother him. So I'm sure he'll be thinking that he can get a century in this the second innings of the Red Force batting and emulate Mikhail Louis, who did a similar thing last year against Guyana, scoring a century in both innings. And I'm sure that De Silva probably thinking that he can do likewise.
And it's 10 minutes to the tea interval, and we see Captain Cornwall has brought himself into the attack, and he has replaced Hayden Walsh from the far end. He will be bowling to De Silva, and De Silva has played well for his half century. Remember, he made 152 in the first inning and has followed up that now with a 50 unbeaten. Cornwall is bowling one just about on the leg stump. He turns it into the onside, and they'll get a single. So De Silva is now 53. Red Force won the toss a long time ago on day 1 on Wednesday. And we're still in the third inning of this game. Cornwall is bowling another leg side delivery, which is swept down to backward square, and Cooper will get a single that will take him on to 29. And Red Force losing 2 wickets with the score on 0. They're now 86 for 2. Here is a delivery which is turning past the batsman, and he was there playing, and the umpire was about to signal leg by, and then De Silva said, I touched it. It's a smart way of getting a run. It's a run to Trinidad and Tobago nonetheless. But Jackie Williams had the foot raised, and De Silva said, no, I touched it. Thing with these batsmen, they never touch it if they're out caught.
So that's why the umpire should go with your instinct. Based on what you would have seen, you thought it came off type, they should have signaled leg by.
If that had been caught by the fielder at leg slip, he would never have said, listen, I touched it. 86 for 2. Here is Cornwall once more to bowl to Cooper, who is sweeping again. And the fielder Go is running around quickly. They won't have two, just one. And so at the end of the over, it's 87 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Cooper has taken his score on to 30. De Silva is on 54. It's 88, correction, 88 for 2.
So they lead by 184 runs. And De Silva has made a half century. He's there. He's the captain. He made 152 in the first innings. And now he's on 52. And Durham certainly has not settled. He has not bowled well in this match. In the first outing, he had 29 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 124. And he's bowling now in the second inning. So this is the final day of round 3. Just a few minutes to go, about 5 minutes to go before tea. So Doran is in his 4th over, none for 14. And they would want to keep things tight. So the Red Force, I'm sure, are very happy with the way things have gone for the day. We're able to dismiss the Leewards. So Cooper will get a single, goes down on the cover boundary. Leeward started 317 for 3, and they were dismissed for 433 in 153.3 overs, giving the Red Force a lead of 96 on first inning. Another easy single for De Silva, the captain. So with that single, he has gone on to 55. Total has gone on to 91 for 2. Swinging into the onside. It has gone. Has it gone for 4? So another short delivery on the centre off stump, and there was the batsman swinging into the onside as Cephas Cooper and got it down towards the boundary for 4. So the Doran continued to give away runs to the Red Force team.
Looked totally out of character, Daniel Doran, as did Walsh before him. This is not good bowling at all. He has not been able to hold the line or hold the length, and he has been very expensive, Daniel Doran. Gary, I'm taking a peep at a semi-final in Division 2 in the Nevis Cricket Association National Bank 10-10 tournament. And the first semi-final for today is done and dusted. Youths of Nevis made 92 for 3 and defended that easily. New Vision 72 for 3. And so Youths of Nevis won by 20 runs and will head into the finals tomorrow.
And the second semi-final will be?
The second semi-final should come up at 3 o'clock, and that will feature Masters.
Masters versus Eastern, is it?
That is correct.
So it's good to see that cricket has been played in Nevis, a shorter version. I know we have had a lot of 10-10, 20-20 cricket and 40 overs, 50 over, 35 overs. But we have not seen, in terms of any two-day cricket, any plans in the near future to have any longer format of cricket?
That is going to be towards the middle of the year when the days are longer. Because coming up next, this tournament, this T10 will be completed on Sunday. And the weekend after that, the best 17 and under cricketers in Nevis will feature in a two-day game. And then after that, there will be a T20 competition.
So lots of cricket to be played. So the Silver continue to bat well and look good, and the over is completed. Are we going to get another over before tea?
No, Cornwall has done Jackie Williams a favor and taken the bails off. So he, as much as anybody else, must be saying it's tea time. Let's go have a sit down and then come back for one more session this afternoon. How many overs do we have left in the day's play? The scoreboard has not been kind to us in terms of overs remaining. So we are going to work that out.
At the start, I think they said 54 overs remaining at the start of the second inning. So 18 overs have been bowled. So it means that 36. And that is inclusive of the 15 overs in the last hour.
So at tea time then, we tell you that Trinidad and Tobago are 98 for the loss of 2 wickets. They secured first innings points. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure. Yeah. Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I.
Oh
no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah. I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
Nobody, all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Score a banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Joe Root.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares, it's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It's not nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
He has some moves.
Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best some dress. Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one. Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team? Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage, and he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh? Win?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah, not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
Clap it on your face.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park. We're in the final session of the final day's play here at Warner Park in this third round encounter where the Red Force, they would have secured first innings points over the Leewards. They made 529 in the first innings and the Leewards in response got to 433, and the Red Force in the second innings at T, they're 98 for 2. Spinton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 98 for 2 with a lead of 96. They are 194 runs ahead. The Red Force. The batsmen for Red Force, they are out there ready to go. The silver is on 57. And Carlisle was suggesting earlier on that we just might see a declaration after the silver scored another 100 if he gets there. He's on 57, another 43 runs. But we'll just have to wait and see what would transpire.
You might see a declaration, maybe the board captains will come to an agreement that within the last hour that there is no possibility of an outright victory here, so they will just call it off within the last hour. That is within the rules of play, so you get up to 4 o'clock, then I'm sure the captains will converse and decide what's the next move. But we are about to see play starting. The silver and the batsman Cooper made their way into the middle of the square before the Leeward fielders got halfway towards the stumps.
Well, they are batting. They're enjoying the pitch. The silver is on 57. Eager to get 100. Eager to impress the selectors. Looking to put his name back into the reckoning. I suspect it's still there. And looking for reinstatement, of course. So he would be eager to get out there and get some runs as much as possible. And another century, perhaps.
So it's Doran who will be opening attack in this last session. 4 overs and none for 20. We're bowling to the silver, who has been scoring quickly. He is on 57 from some 51 deliveries faced. And he has been batting for 67 minutes. Shot 8 fours and 1 6. Now striker C for Cooper is on 36. And so the silver will be looking to get up to a century. And he has enough time. He has a good batting strip. He has some wayward bowling by the Leewards that is assisting him in scoring quickly. Cephas Cooper is on 36, has gone into strike. So the silver made 152 in the first innings, and the double centurion Mohammed didn't take the field today. So don't want to go between the umpire and the stumps. Wide delivery. So we're in the final session of the final day here at Warner Park, and after this round Smitten, we'll have a break in the regional competition. The next game will be on March 5th. So we have some women's cricket coming in between or after this round, third round of matches.
Starting on the 24th.
So another single to the total. So with that single, the 100 for the Red Force coming up in over number 18, over number 19. So it means they're scoring quickly in excess of 5 runs per over. And the handshake indicating they would have gotten up to the 100 mark.
It's not only that, Gary, it's a 100 partnership between these two batsmen, of course, having lost the first 2 wickets with the score or not.
So another good partnership. The silver was involved in a 4th wicket partnership of 259 in the first inning, and now he has been involved in another good partnership for the 3rd wicket of 100, and he has scored some 58 out of the 100 partnership, and the silver will be looking to get up to another century in this second innings.
Don't think the Leeward Island bowlers have learnt from their first innings, though they still continue to bowl a bit too short and giving runs away. And perhaps had they bowled a lot better in the first innings, the Leeward Islands could have found themselves in a much better position at the moment.
Cornwall making some adjustment to the field. He's asking Shelley to come over. Like Shelton Forbes is on the field. And Casey Carty will go into extra cover. There's a fielder down at backward point and 3/4 of the way to the boundary. So Cornwall will bowl to Cooper. And Cooper, I'm sure as well, will want to come with a good score and not out as well.
Yes, and he only made 14 in the first innings, but has had a good season so far. 114 and 80.
He's sweeping, goes down towards back of the square for an easy single. 101 for 2 at the start of over number 20. So the Red Force had a lead of 96 on first innings. And Cornwall ball keeping a bit low, and the keeper.
And Hamilton. Very excitable Hamilton.
Corner ball was a flighted delivery, sweeping it into the onside. Tumbling save. Excellent work by Kerry Magoa down at the back of the square. Has some running to do across to his left from back of the square down towards the forward of the square area, and he dived and stopped what would have been certainly 4 runs. Excellent work.
Excellent work indeed, and for one moment the Silver thought it would have gone all the way.
So the Silver, with those 2 runs, has gone on to 60. So 40 runs away from a second century here at Warner Park. Cornwall will want to prevent that from happening. The over is completed. So at the end of that over, 103 for 2. Red Force batting a second time.
Yes, after losing the 2 early wickets, Red Force recovering quite nicely. These two putting on a 100 runs partnership. And really continue to dominate here the Red Force. And they have dominated for most of this match, although the Leeward Islands would have responded with a fairly huge total. Still fell short by 96.
So Doran has been given the responsibility to continue from the media center end. So based on the overs remaining, before the inning started, they had 54. Leeward's bowled 18, so it means 36 overs should be bowled in the last session. The ball goes down towards back of the point, a wide short delivery, and has been punished. That's gone down towards the boundary for 4. Not a loose delivery, and struck away for 4 runs.
Durham, of course, was brought into this team to replace Colin Archibald, who has bowled fairly well for the season so far. Left arm medium pacer. And he has not really done what he was expected to do in this match. He has been very loose, very short, very expensive.
42 to Cooper. So he has his eyes set on a half century at least. For starters, get to the half century and then look to get up to the century mark with his captain. So another single to him. He has gone on to 43. And the total has progressed to 108 for 2. 2 wickets went down in the first over of the second innings. And short and swung away into the boundary for 4. Another loose delivery, long up and punished by the captain of the Red Force team.
There we go again. Too short, much too short. And Silver had all the time in the world to swing that, to put it any way he wanted to. And he was lucky. He only was struck for 4. Durham, that should have been put over the boundary for a maximum. But the Silver opted to keep it low, keep it inside, and just struck it away for 4. But poor bowling.
So Durham certainly has not distinguished himself in this game. And maybe the captain will look. He's swinging again. Down over mid-wicket. Well, 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the boundary, another 4. And with that shot, the captain has signaled that he wants someone to be placed down at that corner position for bad bowling.
Well, you know, I would have done a bit of captaincy in my time, Gary. And one of the things I hated was to be setting fields for bad bowling.
So now Alzari Joseph will go down in towards that straightest mid-wicket, down on the straight mid-wicket boundary. There's a vacant gap. Well, Carty now will come over on the onside. So he's trying to plug the gap for the bad bowling of Durham. So Carty will go into the straightest mid-wicket area. And Alzari Joseph has gone down on the mid-wicket fence. So Durham flighted delivery. Not an easy run for Joshua De Silva. So with that single, he has gone up to 69, so 31 runs away from another century to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, 117 for 2 after 21 overs.
And some people tell you that it's time for Durham to take his sweater. Although he did not go out there with 1. And it will be interesting to see if he continues from this end. But this is rather poor bowling by Durham. He has been rather innocuous. He has been too short, too full in this match so far. And he continues to be expensive. Silva, though, seems to be racing along. And probably looking to get this second 100 as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And he goes 1 run closer as he just turned it into the onside. Kerry Mago in the first innings would have bowled 7 overs, none for 22. So we could possibly see Kerry Mago replacing Durham from this immediate centre end. But we'll have to wait and see what the captain is thinking, if he will continue with Durham.
Well, he just might. We have seen this happening in the game so far.
Another single, a ball pitched on the centre leg stump, swept around the corner by Cephas Cooper. He too is inching closer to a half century. So with that single, he has gone on to 44. The Silver, who is on 70. And looking quite set. And he's just playing it into the offside. We get a single at least, as Field had to come in quickly off the back of the point boundary. That's Alzari Joseph, 1 more to the total. 71, so De Silva has been scoring quickly. 71 in 63 balls. So he's scoring better than a run per ball. Cephas Cooper is on 44 from 61, a little slower than his captain. Leave with a bit of flight on it. And coming forward and around the corner down towards Mikhail Lowy at leg slip. He fields 120 for 2. The lead of 96 on first innings. So he's in a very good position, the Red Force team, but this is the last session of the final day.
214 runs on, Gary.
Cornwall bowls to Cephas Cooper to bring up the end of the over, and over in which he saw some 3 runs. So 120 it is for 2 at the end of the over.
In fact, 200 and let's see, that's 4 runs. That's 116, so 216 runs on. Very good position to be in, very good lead, but time is of the importance here, and not much time left in the game. Durham will continue though.
So maybe Cornwall wants De Silva gets his 100 quickly. And get another easy single. That's De Silva.
Well, I'm wondering if he, because in the first innings he brought on Carty ahead of some of his other bowlers to usher Mohammed to his double century as quickly as possible. And now he's continuing with Durham.
So Connor bowls a full delivery, clipped into the onside. They go so quickly for the first one, thinking about the second, but Alzari Joseph quickly in off the fence. A full delivery, but wasn't punished. Another single to Cooper. He moves on to 45. And Joshua De Silva is on 72. Comes back into strike. So Durham certainly has not been as tight as I'm sure he would want as a bowler. He's forced it into the offside.
No! Oh!
From a short delivery and slight misfield down on the boundary by Shelton Fobb, but he recovers quickly. Just a single to the total. Takes it on to 123 for 2 in over number 23. Delivery touchdown just on about the off stump, spinning away. Taken behind by the keeper, so a good delivery. I want to see him bowl more of those deliveries. Came in with the arm and then touched on and swung away from the right-handed batsman. Too short onto the back foot into the offside. Return comes in, stumps are broken, but De Silva is safely home, and the over has been completed. So it's 124. It is for 2 wickets at the end of the over. 22 overs have been completed. Alzari Joseph 2 for 33 from its 5 overs, so it was expensive. 2 for 33. Alzari Joseph.
Yes, he was this time around expensive, but having picked up those 2 wickets though. It was rather inexpensive in the first innings and he did not pick up a wicket. So perhaps he would tell you that he prefers those figures this time around. He bowled his heart out without success. See Joel Andrew going
So
back.
Jamal Hamilton actually looked like he has given the keeping duties to Joel Andrew. So Jamal will go into the slip. So Joel Andrew keeping for the first time for the season. I know he's a wicketkeeper batsman. He kept wicket for the under 19. So now maybe Jamal Hamilton maybe is having some issues, or we just decided that we'll give Andrew an opportunity to keep wicket. Stephen Cooper will get a single into the onside, so with a single total has gone on to 125. Have you seen Joel Andrew kept wicket before?
No, the few times I've seen him, he has been in the outfield.
Another easy single to the captain of the Red Force team, Joshua De Silva. That will take him on to 74. He made 152 in the first innings when they scored 529. So he's having a good match. Also effected a stumping and took a catch behind the wicket. So he has been having a good day, a good match, Smitten.
Yes, he certainly has been having a very good match.
And there's Cooper looking to sweep it around the corner. Fielder at leg slip, collected and send it back to the keeper. So corner will continue from that far end around the wicket. And Jamal Hamilton is hand in his head, expecting something with every delivery. So corner will go over the wicket now to the right-handed Cooper. Cooper is on 47. And easy single down to long on. Just came forward easily and pushed it down to long on for a single. 127 for 2. The over has been completed. And Joshua De Silva will be looking for a century. And Cephas Cooper will be looking to get up to the half century as well.
Well, Cooper himself might be thinking in terms of 100. We see Hamilton leaving the field now. And perhaps in the first innings, for Trinidad and Tobago. Several times we saw the physio going out and
he's not actually coming off the field, he's going on the boundary. That he's feeling that long on.
Goes that long on, yes. So just having a run out in the outfield.
And he has been brought into action right away. Another easy single, so they're doing it easily, the Red Force batters. No worries, no problems. As the Leeward bowlers certainly not creating any pressure for the batsmen.
I was thinking too, Gary, that Cooper himself might be thinking in terms of 100. You mentioned getting a 50. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, that will take us closer to 4:30, minutes to 5, unless he increases scoring rate. And Leeward might want to dismiss him, so at least he wouldn't have to think about that. Another single to Cooper. So with that single, he has gone on to 50 as a matter of fact. So Cooper, 50 from 74 balls, 6 fours. So Cooper bringing up a half century. So making good use of this trip here at Warner Park. In the first innings, he only got to 14. So this time around, he would want to come not out. There's no reason why he wouldn't want to come not out, because it's a good batting strip and we're in the dying stages of the final day here at Warner Park. So good knock by Cephas Cooper. 74 deliveries faced. And the silver is on 75. Scoring quickly. 75 from 69 deliveries, so scoring in excess of a run per ball. Another easy single from a short and wide delivery, just guided down into the offside. Another over has come to an end. Durham 8 overs have cost some 44 runs, so he's going in excess of 5 runs per over, Daniel Durham.
Yes, and the captain persists with him. And you would have thought that he might have opted to give maybe Gore a trundle.
So Cornwall will continue from that far end. And he'll be bowling to Silva in the air, dropping in front of Daniel Durham, and he went behind him and we get a single. So a 4 shot there by Captain Silva was onto the back foot, looking to turn it into the onside. Probably came from the leading edge and went in the air, but fortunate for him, went dropping in front and to the left of Daniel Durham at a mid-wicket position.
Yes, but it was in there for some time. Lucky to get away with that one. Not 2 hands.
So with that single, he has gone on to 77. Cephas Cooper is on 50. And just a few spectators looking at this final day, final session, day 4. Delivery outside the off stump, flat and fast, and Cooper just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper Joel Andrews. So Joel Andrews is doing duties behind the stumps. Jamal Hamilton is asleep. And he's sweeping it, getting it down towards the final gear. Some running for the fielder Karimago, coming across to his right from down at backward square down to long fine leg. And the batsman had enough time to cross for 2 more runs to the total. So being a good placid batting pitch here for this game. And over 1,000 runs have been scored for the loss of how many wickets? 17 wickets so far?
Yes, 17 wickets. 5, 10, 2.
So Leewards were dismissed, but they weren't able to dismiss the Red Force when they batted in the first innings. 5:29 for 5. Donaldson driving in the air, down towards the long off area, and the catch has been taken. So Cephas Cooper has given his hands away. He came down the strip driving in the air, went down towards Jeremiah Louis, at long off who took the catch in the end. He almost made a meal of it, but he took it on the ground. And so Cephas Cooper has been dismissed for 52, and the third wicket has gone now.
A good catch in the end, though, by young Jeremiah Louis. And one question answered there for us. Cooper is not going to get 100 here this afternoon. So that would not be a consideration. In terms of declaration, I see it looks like James going out. So no signs of Mohammed as yet. Perhaps
I don't think Mohammed will be batting because, as I said, I saw a picture on the screen earlier on with him limping or walking up the steps gingerly. So I don't think he probably will be batting again today.
And apart from that,
unless the Leewards get some quick, well, it's still too late.
I don't think
anyway,
so. I mean, with 134 plus 96, no, that's 228 ahead. I don't think that is going to happen. I think it's more a question of whether or not the Silver could get to another 100. But certainly, one question answered, Gary. Cooper is not going to get 100 today.
Yes, so he has just been dismissed. So we'll have to wait and see if Joshua De Silva will give his hands away, as same as though Cephas Cooper would have done. He came down the strip looking to drive, didn't time it, didn't get hold of it properly. And he went in the air down to long off. And what we're seeing with the modern players, sometimes you haven't gotten to the pitch, but you still want to go in the air. Normally when you chip and you don't get to the pitch, you just push it on the ground, look for a single. But we are seeing on occasion where batsmen still looking to hit the ball in the air rather than trying to hit it on the ground, even though you're not to the pitch.
Well, a lot of these players at some stage, whether regionally or otherwise locally, they tend to play a lot of the short version game, the T20 10-10 cricket. So perhaps this is something that is creeping into their games, not being to the pitch of the delivery and still going through it, the shot.
So Alzari Joseph has replaced Daniel Durham, so we're not going to see Karim Agor or anybody else. We don't see Alzari Joseph has 5 overs, 2 for 33, picked up 2 wickets in his first over of the Red Force second inning, and he will go in out to bowl to the captain of the Red Force team by the line delivery. We get another single, another easy single to De Silva. He has gone on to 78. And Joshua James, so 2 Joshua in the middle, Joshua De Silva and Joshua James.
Yeah, that's middle.
Very big, biblical.
So umpire Carly Tuckett saying that's middle. So Joshua James taking the middle stump guard. He'll be facing up to Alzari Joseph. Will be facing his first delivery. And when they batted in the first innings, he made 31 from 29, and so he would want to stay until the end, which should be closer than probably we think. And yeah, the play can be called off within the last hour once the captains agree. Delivery struck on the pad on the leg stump going down the onside. We're looking to turn it into the onside, missed it, taken on the pad. A stifle appeal. And the ball obviously going down the onside.
Well, this came from the behind the stumps. Ball himself not too interested in that one.
So we have a slip on the gully and a point cover in the mid off. Cornwall has been in the slip for most of the match. And Alzari Joseph to James. James is beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery. He was tentative in coming across, touchdown just on about the off stump, came back into Rezima, was beaten by a wonderful delivery. Came back sharply after passing the stumps as well. So Alzari still looking to work up a good head of steam here on this plastic pitch at Warner Park. So at the end of this over, we'll be hearing the voice of Carlisle Powell. So it's Alzari Joseph from Vesti Media Center end. 135 for 3. Still have a lead of 96 runs. So you had 96 to 135, we get 231. So the Red Force made 529 in the first innings when they batted. And the Leewards replied with 433. So 2 centuries for the Leewards, 110 to Mikhail Louis and 100 for Kadeem Henry. Just so the Silver made 100 in the Red Force first innings, and then we saw a double century not out by Mohammed. And when the Leewards batted, we saw 5 wicket hauls for Curry Pierre, 5 for 93, and Kawaya 5 for 103. Kawaya bowled 34 overs, Pierre bowled 54.3 overs. Conceded 93 runs, going at less than 2 runs per over. Alzari Joseph to James, right up, looking to york the big right-handed batsman, pushed it down to the onside. And there is no run, so Pierre going at less than 2 runs per over. And Kawaya picking up his 5 wickets, just over 2 runs per over. So good bowling by the spinners. They kept things tight, and some of the Leeward's batsmen would have given their hands away. And so Alzari Joseph picking up 2 wickets in his first over the Red Force second innings. 2 for 34 so far, 1 delivery remaining in over number 6. His 6th over. Over number 27 overall, balls to James. James is getting a delivery, just pushing it into the onside to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, the Red Force with a lead of 96 on the first innings. They are 135 for 3 after 27 overs. After some words from you, Smitten, we'll be hearing the voice of Carlisle Powell.
So it's 135 now for 3. And Trinidad and Tobago perhaps thinking in terms of the captain getting to another 100 in this game. They continue to soldier on. James coming in at number 5. And he's there with his captain. He's yet to get off the mark. And his captain is on 78. And Carlisle, this one down the onside. So Carlisle is back with me now. And 135 for 3 Carlisle, and just about another half an hour before we get to the 4 o'clock hour. Question is, what will transpire from here on in? Will we go the full distance? Is Trinidad and Tobago going to go the full distance? Is it just a question of the Silver getting 100 and Trinidad and Tobago declaring? Cooper was in the equation earlier on, but he has been dismissed. And James is there. He's just starting his innings. And with 136, the lead of 96 on first innings, they're 232 runs ahead, Trinidad and Tobago. So James had a quick fire 30 in the first innings, 31 from just some 29 deliveries. So he would have struck at over 100 when he batted in the first innings. Field flung far and wide, just a slip and a leg slip in position. And James plays it back to the bowler. And there's no signs out there of the batsman looking to get quick runs. So I don't think Trinidad and Tobago is thinking in terms of trying to go for an outright winner. But as I speak to you, it's good swing there by James. Ball going down to the square leg position in the end and just a single.
Couldn't resist the temptation. Had a big swing at that one. They just need another 113 for another batting point.
And the question is whether or not they'll be thinking in terms of, and who knows, they probably might be thinking in terms of that. We have seen the Silver making attempts to push the scoring along.
Well, he's 21 away from a second century in this game.
And no doubt he'll be looking to get to that landmark.
The game in Dominica seems to have been badly affected by weather. Windward Islands 248, combined campuses and colleges, when they batted for us 216, and seen 37 without loss, but I've seen that score for quite a while. Interesting game down in Guyana, though. Guyana 253.
Joseph. Balls a good delivery to James, who's defending. It goes up to mid-on, no run.
And the combined campuses lost their 8th wicket with the score on 249. Lost their 9th wicket with the score on 249 and were bowled out for 249. 4 runs away from first innings tie, 5 from first innings lead, and came so close. They were 249 when they lost their 8th wicket and didn't add another run.
A trick of wickets there for the combined.
Promal picked up 2 in and over.
Outside the off stump.
Promal picked up 2 in and over, and Moti got the last wicket in his next over.
So 4 runs, is it? Signal or buys. Did we see the signal of buys? I sort of missed that one, but it went down to the boundary. It missed the batsman, missed the keeper, and went down for 4.
Joel Andrew came across nicely, but he missed it.
It seems as though it's 4 byes. No runs credited to James. Joel Andrew, who just done the wicket keeping pads and gloves just a couple of overs ago, taking over from Jama Hamilton. Turned into the onside by James up towards mid-wicket. He should get 2 runs here. Second one easily taken. And it's now 143. The scoring rate is pretty good for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are going at over 5 runs per over at the stage, 5.02. And this was after they were not for 2. No runs on the board for 2 wickets.
Semi-final number 2 on the way in the Nevis Division 2 10-10. Easton's Cricket Club 76 for 1. 3 overs to go. Mari Jones and Jose Pluck both in their 30s batting.
76 in 8 overs.
7 overs.
7 overs. That's over 10 runs per over.
Pluck is 30 from his 15 deliveries face, scoring at 200.
At 200, yes.
And Amari Jones, another youngster, is on 34 from his 25 deliveries, scoring at a mere 136.
Yes, a bit slow for 10-10, but with 3 overs, they would be looking to up the tempo, and with wickets in hand, they could probably get close to 150. Well, that would take some batting. It's more like 120 driven into the onside up to short mid-wicket. But we have seen the exploit of some batsmen in the last couple of overs in these sort of games. So who knows? But it's probably more like getting to 120 or thereabout, maybe 110.
Well, at the strike rate, they're projecting 117.
Okay, so that's fairly close enough.
143 for 3 here at Warner Park. We're just in the third inning of this game, and we're in day 4.
And not only that, coming towards the end of day 4, Joseph once more. And the over comes to an end as that one takes James on the pad. And 143 for 4 it is. Yes, striking him on the pads, but obviously going down leg. And no appeal from any of the players. As usual, Hamilton very vociferous. Yeah. I don't know if he's trying to get the Trinidad and Tobago team to declare, but he's looking towards the Trinidad and Tobago's dressing room. One striking the silver on the pads, going down the leg side quite obviously. So Hamilton is having a long distance call with someone. He's there for a slip. Turns his attention to the game and now back to the third man region. Quite an interesting character, Hamilton Carlisle. See Joseph having some refreshment there on the boundary. James turns into the onside, sets off quickly for the first run. And loud no-no from the silver. Just a single. So we're winding down. It has been some long days. And as you rightly said, Carlisle probably the best in terms of weather. Of course, yesterday we had a full display, no interruption. But certainly, just a single up to long on. Certainly the weather today has been fantastic. Totally blue sky, just 1 or 2 dots of clouds around. And even as we look into the distance, there's no cloud over Nevis Peak.
No cloud over that one either. Was smacked down over long on for 6.
So James unwinding and lifting it over long on for 6. The 150 has come up for Trinidad and Tobago. Current partnership of 18. And 152 it is now for 3. Swings again in the air. And Cornwall is on it.
And drops it.
My goodness. Well.
Swinging lustily, just went straight up. And there was Cornwall, maybe about, let us say, about a meter down from the batting crease at the non-striker's end, and completely missed it. He didn't even get his hands to it. And so he had the chance to get the wicket of Joshua James, and he lives on. The score remains at 152 for 3.
Is it a possibility that it might have been affected by the wind out there? He's suggesting that now that the ball might have been swirling around a bit in the air, but certainly he has only himself to blame, and he could easily have had a wicket there. Bowling change from the media center end. It's Henry who is coming into the attack. So Henry replaces Joseph. And if I'm not mistaken, Carlisle, this youngster bowls with both arms. He's practicing there with the left. He also bowls with the right arm. You've seen a number of players coming out in cricket these days who do that. Short, played into the offside. And just a single. Better delivery there by Henry on target. And they defended by James. James is driving this time and gets it down to long off. Just a single. Back. Silva gets a good delivery. So far, so good for James. Or for Henry. And here's the Silva sweeping and sweeping well. And getting a single down to backward square. So Kadeem Henry, who would have picked up his maiden century when he batted, tosses up and driven nicely down to long off for a single. And the over comes to an end. So he completes his first over. 5 runs coming from that over. 155 for 3. We have had some 31 overs completed.
And the scoring rate continues to be good. Always better than the scoring rate of the Leewards when they batted first. They scored 2.8 on an average per over. And Trinidad and Tobago, first time around, scored closer to 4 runs and over. And their current run rate now is in excess of 5 per over.
Very good going there by the Trinidad and Tobago team. The captain is on 83 at the moment, 17 runs away from what would be second 100 in this match. He's gotten to his 83 runs rather quickly from 81 deliveries. And he will, in fact, he will be the non-striker as Cornwall continues. So it seems as though Hamilton has eventually left the field, being replaced by Shelton Fabs. And of course, in the first innings, we saw Hamilton being administered to on the field on a number of occasions by the physio for the Leeward Islands. So rather going through the motions here, the Leeward Islands team, it's 156 for 3, a lead of 96, Trinidad and Tobago. On the leg stump, in fact, outside the leg stump from Cornwall. There are no runs scored as it's taken behind by Andrew. This time he swings it into the onside. And it's back for the second run as Kareem Go is tidying up in the deep. So 2 more to the score, 2 more to James. And he moves to 14. It's now 158 for 3. It's timely defense. It goes into the leg gully region where it's picked up by Durham. No run. Really bright, sunny, typical Caribbean afternoon. He's back, gets it into the onside. The over comes to an end. And it's 158 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago.
349. And I think the important numbers in this game would be not the 158 for 3, but the overs left in the game and the fact that the silver is an 83. Don't think this game is going to go all the way down until we get the overs completed. But if the silver were to get to his 100 and we get up to 430, I think we'll see shake hands and the game being put to bed.
Of course, we are into the 4th day's play, another long day. Yesterday we started early 9:30. We started at 9:30 again today. To the back foot, gets it past the diving figure at short extra cover and single. So Eden Walsh not being able to cut that one off, and the single to the silver draws him closer. He's on 84. Bowler, of course, is Henry, who is continuing from the media center end, and he's bowling his left arm spin. Driven nicely by James. Should get at least a single, does so. And the silver back on strike. He's on 84. Silver, his back pulls out towards mid-wicket. 4 runs. That's a good shot. Too short. He was onto the back foot and pulled it into the mid-wicket region for 4. So Henry being struck away for 4. Ball is back. He goes up once more to the silver, who gets another single as he plays it out to square cover. And that single takes him to 89. 11 runs away. The over is ended. Silver 11 runs away, Carlisle. And it's 165 for 3. TNT.
And he has made excellent use of his 2 opportunities at the crease, the silver. This game before this, he didn't trouble the scorers too much, but he came in to sink it, got a flat deck, and he has applied himself very well. Big 100 in the first inning, 152, and in the second inning, he's within touching distance of 100. He's on 83. Make that 84 or
90.
90, in fact.
90. Yeah, you know, it's very close to that landmark now. Scoreboard still showing 89, but I think it should be 90. So, not a single. This time it's to James, and he moves to 16. So the silver just 2 blows away from 100. And our batsmen certainly didn't make the most of the opportunity. Even those who would have gotten to 100, you would have thought that they would have looked to carry on and get a big 100 rather than just crossing the line and then giving up. Silva is defending back to Cornwall. Saul Louis, for example, coming back from the tea interval on 110, and the very second delivery in the first over after tea gave it away. Not looking to settle back in and not thinking in terms of, well, this could be another 100 this afternoon. I know Joseph thought of getting 100, but he only got one, but you still have to think big. So it's 167 for 3 as that over comes to an end. So as we wind down here at Warner Park, as my co-commentators have been saying, we are now looking forward to the female tournament, the West Indies female tournament, turned into the onside by James for a single. And then the next round of matches in the West Indies 4-day competition would be in early March. We should be having another 2 matches here in St. Kitts. So one is pushed, in fact, well fielded there by Walsh, moving briskly to his right at extra cover and prevents a run. So the Silver is kept on 90. Gets his 91st run as he plays it down to Hamilton at long on. So lots of cricket to be played in St. Kitts. In July, the Aussies are coming here for 3 T20 matches. James this time down to long on, another single. They're doing it easily. And Carlisle just, not just in the Caribbean, but worldwide. Oh my goodness, that's a wide, long hop, but the Silver had to reach for it and played it out to short extra cover. Champions Trophy begins on the 19th of this month in Pakistan and, well, primarily in Pakistan, but of course India will be playing all the games in Sharjah. Dubai, to be exact, in Dubai, as a matter of fact. So, quite a bit of cricket to look forward to. But of course, Pakistan goes to India for an ICC event, and India does not go to Pakistan. A bit unfair. Of course, they would have made some amendments since regarding that. And they are saying that any games involving the 2 countries would be played in neutral countries.
My old grandmother used to say, "He who pays the piper calls the tune."
That's right. That's quite obvious. Played up to square leg for a single by the Silver. And he advances to 92. So James is defending. The end of this over, of course, Gary Pemberton would slip in to replace me. Join Carlisle Powell. But 172 it is for 3. And Cornwall is turned down towards backward square. Could go very close to the boundary. In fact, it does. 4 runs to James. So Leeward still leaking runs at this point. On the pads, turned down back of the square by James. And the ball raced away for 4.
It was a half tracker. He dragged it down, did Cornwall. 4 easy runs there. And every time James scores a run, Cornwall should be saying, "But I had the chance to dismiss this batsman."
Outside, he likes some once more runs. Here for Trinidad and Tobago, it's running away towards the fine leg boundary. And they settle on 1. One by, in fact, signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams. So the silver on 93. And we have 2 deliveries left in this over.
No!
Turns it into the onside and walks away. So the end of that over, it's what's 177 for 3. And let's see, we see the players
No, it's a
walking
drinks
away,
break.
but it's a drinks break. I don't think the Silver is going to call it off with 7 runs to get his second century in the match, Gary. But Gary would replace me. We'll take a short break though.
Umpire Cal Tuckett has called play, and we're back with your delivery, which is very wide and which James allows to go through for the keeper to take. Keeper in this case being Joel Andrew. James is back, playing firmly into the offside. Fielder comes off the long off boundary and they'll have a single. So he will move on to 23 and they score to 178 for 3. Josh De Silva is on 93 and he comes in to take strike and is defending back to the bowler. So 152 in the first inning, this De Silva, and is on 93, so he has had a good game in front of the wickets. Here is he going back and working this into the onside, running hard for 1. The fielder is onto it, and they quickly decide that they won't attempt a second run, so he has gone on to 94. Last season we saw Mickey Louis getting hundreds here at Warner Park. As this one is turned fine, they'll have at least a couple of runs as the fielder from backward squeeze onto it, and they decide no, they won't have a second run. So with the 2 runs, James will move on to 24, and it's 181 for 3. Here is Henry once more, and again it's leg side, and brings up the end of the over. 181 for 3. Gary, we're in the last hour.
We're in the last session of the final day. I've not seen any signal from the umpire, so you'll have to wait and see, because normally they would give a signal, right, to indicate the final hour and final 15 overs of the day. You have not seen a signal from the umpires yet, so, but you have seen a signal from Joshua De Silva that he would like to get a second century. He's on at 94 and certainly has batted well and scored quickly as well. Joshua James is on 25, so Joshua De Silva will be facing up to
Hayden Walsh.
Walsh has been brought back into the attack from the far end. 4 overs, none for 21, his first spell, and he has been expensive in this match.
No.
So I'm sure Silva will be eyeing another century, and then after he scored a century, I'm sure that the 2 captains could agree or will agree that there's nothing left in the match. And he was cleared up by a good delivery from Walsh, looking to turn it into the onside. Spun across him, came off the outer portion of the bat. It's 183 for 3, the lead by 277 runs.
Full toss.
Banging a full toss into the onside down to straight mid wicket. Kerry McGraw has some running to do across to his left. So De Silva inches closer to the century. He's on 95. And Joshua De Silva is on 25, comes into strike.
From just 102 balls.
Yes, he has been scoring quickly. Flighted over toss delivery. And Joshua James just pushed it down to long on to give his captain the strike. He's on a 95. Joshua James with that single. We move on to 26. So Walsh be bowling to Joshua De Silva. He's on 95. Jamal Hamilton has given duties to Joel Andrew behind the stumps. His guidance into the offside. Shelton Forbes is on the field. Not sure he's off the field of play, but he's on. It's 183 for 3 wickets. And Walsh will be bowling to De Silva. Over toss delivery. We'll get a single. And that single will take him on to 96. So the over has been completed. Joshua James is on 26, and his captain Joshua De Silva is on 96. So 4 runs away from his second century of the match. Looks like Henry will continue from this immediate center end to the lead by 280. So actually the cap is Cornwall. Cornwall is the one who is off the field. So Jamal Hamilton is set in the field. I think that it's Hayden Walsh Jr. who is the vice captain, but Jamal Hamilton would have captain the Leeward before and also vice captain as he's been set in the field, driving for an easy single. Shelton Forbes Comes around to his left. Not a single to De Silva. He moves on to 97. So he's 3 runs away from his second century. He made 152 in the first innings when the Red Force made 529 for 5 declared. And at that time, Joshua, he faced 214 balls and he made 152. And he's on 97. He has faced just 105 deliveries. 185 for 3. We're in the dying stages of this day. Third round match between the Leewards and Red Force. So Red Force look at just swing into the onside.
To ended it.
Goes into the onside down to Casey Catty. So the Red Force would have gotten first innings points and a couple batting points as well. And also bowling points. So goal, that's Henry, bowling to De Silva. Standing up tall and just pushed it into the onside from the inner portion of the bat. Shout of catch him as he goes quickly down to the fielder at long off to bring up the end of the over. End of over number 39. And it is 186 for 5. And the players probably just going through the motion. Joshua De Silva having a talk with his partner, Joshua James. And the signal coming from Umpire Williams indicating the final hour has just started. It's at 4:10, is it? According to my watch, it says 4:12, but so the final hour. So I'm sure that as soon as if Joshua De Silva could get up to the century, the captain would agree to call off the game. But I'm sure Walsh will be looking to pick up a wicket or two before the match is concluded. He certainly has not had a good game with the ball. And he didn't really make a lot of runs as well. Played a poor shot to be dismissed, a reverse sweep when it wasn't necessary. So Joshua James is facing up to Hayden Walsh from that far end. He has bowled 5.2 overs, none for 24. 186 for 3, scoring at 4.73 runs per over. At one point they were going at 6. And so Silva just 3 runs away from what would be his second century of the match. And could possibly be his 7th in regional competition. He has 5 before this. As Walsh is looking to get the wicket. Joshua James just guided down into the offside. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 40. James will get an easy single. So to bring the captain Joshua De Silva on 97 in strike. I'm sure he wouldn't want to give his hands away. He's batted well to get up to 97. Made 152 in the first inning. Can just push it into the onside for an easy single and then face the next over and get the 2 runs required. And then it can come on 100 plus not out. That would do his average a world of good. So there's a yawning gap on the onside. So encouraging him to play across the line. A flat fast delivery swung away down towards the back of the square area for a single to bring up the end of the over. Long hop. And I'm sure that Joshua De Silva been disappointed he didn't capitalize on it and swung it through the forward square area for 4, but the over is completed. He has gone on to 98 and he will retain the strike 188 for 3.
Trinidad and Tobago going well. This is only the first time in this year's competition that they have had to bat a second time. Won the previous matches by an inning and runs. And so batting a second time, they're 188 for 3. And their captain, De Silva, is on 98. Make that 99.
99. He goes so quickly for the first one, thinking about the second, but he slipped in the process. And he will just settle for the second, so he goes on to 99. So captain Joshua De Silva, 99 from 107. And Joshua James is on 28 from 50. Kadeem Henry will go around the wicket to bowl to James. Shout of bowl him, flatter faster delivery as James went onto the back foot.
How many deliveries did it take Henry to get his 100?
I think he batted in a few overs as well.
That's 300 and some.
He was in the... Yes, and he was also in the 90s for a very long time as well. So Henry will be bowling to Joshua James. And we get a single. 321 balls he actually batted as Henry. But he spent a very long time in the 90s. So Joshua De Silva, all eyes will be on Joshua De Silva. He's on a 99 from 107 deliveries. The field has been brought in to save the single. Now Joshua De Silva can probably take a few steps down and hit it over mid-off for 4. Just the only fielder out on the boundary is Azari Joseph, 3/4 of the way. So there's a slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover. Boso De Silva playing it down the ground. Goes so quickly for the single. We get it to the left of Shelton Forbes at mid-on. And another century for Joshua De Silva here in this match. 100 not out. Excellent knock by the captain of the Red Force team, Joshua De Silva. And he has sent a sign through the Justin Room did that in the first innings when he got his 100 as well. I don't know if Carlisle know what that means, but another century.
No idea.
Another century for the captain.
But what we did see from him is that he pushed his hands across his body as if to say, that's it, that's enough. And so we see handshakes going on all around now. De Silva has made his 100, the second in this game, and the game has been called off. And so congratulations to Joshua De Silva. 152 in the first inning, 100 in the second inning, and he has made full use of his opportunities here at Warner Park.
Yes, so the match here has come to a team end, team draw. Good batting strip. The Red Force won the toss and batted in the first day. They made 529 for 5 declared. The experienced Jason Mohammed made 204 from 299 balls, struck 13 fours and 7 sixes. Joshua De Silva made 152 from 214 balls. He struck 12 fours and 1 6. And then the bowling for the Leewards in that first innings. Cornwall had 36 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 127, and 1 wicket each to Durham and Hayden Walsh Jr. When the Leewards batted, they got to 433 all out in 153.3 overs. 110 going to Mikhail Louis, 100 even 100 to Kadeem Henry from 321 balls, and 68 went to Karim Gore. And the bowling for the Red Force team, Carey Pierre 54.3 overs, 16 maidens, 5 for 93, and Yannick Carrera 34 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 103, and they took a lead of 96 on first innings, and then the Red Force in their second innings ended on 191 for 3 from 40.5 overs, and they would have gotten first innings points here at Warner Park. So certainly the Red Force having the better of this game, Carlisle.
Definitely. Just a thought there, though. Whether or not the Red Force entertained, even for a fleeting moment, the thought of going after 250 runs to get another bonus batting point. They thought that, hey, listen, we have done enough. We had first inning points. We have put some distance between us and the Leewards now, because they captured first inning points. They got bowling points. They got batting points. And the Leewards did not get the first innings points, but they did get 2 batting points. And in the end, they got, 0.4 bowling points. And so a good game for Trinidad and Tobago. They won the toss. They batted first. They batted well. Can't say the same about the Leewards in terms of the bowling effort. Inconsistency in the bowling. And then apart from that as well, you notice that the batsmen rather gave their hands away. We started this morning, for example, Gary, with only 3 wickets down. And the Leewards at that time were 317 for 3, and then folded to be 433 all out. But it has been a good game, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have had the better of this game. I want to say thank you very much to both you, Gary, and Earl, and also to Delon and our cameraman who gave some excellent shots for people all around the world to see what happened in this game and to feel pleased about it.
Yes, so certainly the match has come to an end, and thank you for joining us. Hope you would have enjoyed the commentary, and we will return you to our studios until we come back here for the next game in a few weeks' time.